What is going on, YouTube? Welcome back to the channel. We got a super exciting video for all of you here today. I know it looks like a Hellcat, and it practically is in a sense, but this is actually a retired Michigan State Police car. So we bought it from auction, and we have gone through some pretty extensive lengths to make this thing a complete one-of-a-kind build. It's got the 5.7 liter V8 with all-wheel drive, but this thing is Hellcat supercharged. And it's just so crazy to look at this thing, especially with how it started. It is so wild to see this transformation. This has been my dad and I's favorite build we've done to date. You know, it looks insane, it drives insane, and just the fact that it's a retired police car makes it so unique. It's definitely not something you will ever see again. And so today's video is going to be the full build. So if you've been with us from the very beginning of this, we're gonna get to go back through memory lane and kind of relive some of our favorite moments with this build. If you are brand new to the channel, you're gonna get to watch from the very first day that we took delivery of this all the way up to where it is right now. So you're gonna get to sit down and in this one video, see this thing get completely transformed from the ground up. So this is our current giveaway build. One of you out here will have the keys to this thing in the matter of a few days. We are in the final week to enter into the giveaway. The giveaway for this thing ends on August 1st. If you've already entered, you still have a few more days to go pick up your last few entries. And if you're brand new and just watching us for the very first time, you can get entered into our giveaway and have a shot at taking this thing home. And so the giveaway is super simple. So the way you get entered is you go head on over to our website, atlanticbeachcustoms.com, and just buy some merch. So every $5 you spend will earn you one entry into the giveaway. So you could theoretically spend $5 and take this car home. But you know, the more money you spend, the more entries you earn. So if you really want to win this thing, go wild, pick up some t-shirts, pick up some keychains. And y'all, we just added some more products to the website. So we got a bunch of new different t-shirts. We just restocked on a lot of different workout shirts. So these have been highly requested from all of you. Our black ones sold out like crazy, so got some new workout shirts, and we've got some more styles of our premium t-shirts, which are probably some of the most comfortable and best fitting t-shirts out there. We have them all with the black logo, and now we just restocked and got them in white as well. So these premium t-shirts are my personal favorite. So once again, every $5 you spend on our website earns you one entry. So go pick up some of our AB Customs merch, help support the channel, and in turn, you will get entered to win this car. And as a fun little bonus, we're gonna be randomly throwing in these custom coins in a few orders. We've got bronze, silver, and gold. And so if your order has one of these coins, you will earn entries into our Jeep Grand Cherokee giveaway as well. If you place an order and you receive a bronze token, you'll earn 5 entries into the Jeep giveaway. If you get a silver token, you'll earn 15 entries into the giveaway. And if you receive one of our gold coins, you'll earn 50 entries into the Jeep giveaway. Try to win this car, get entered into our Jeep giveaway that we are just about to be starting as well. All right, so without further ado, let's go get into today's video. Let's rewind a few months back to the very first day that we saw this thing. We'll walk you all through the entire build process. So get some popcorn, sit back, relax, and enjoy seeing one of the coolest Dodge Chargers out there get built. YouTube, we got a super exciting video for you guys here today. So we're going to be taking delivery of our Dodge Charger. So yes, we did pick up another Dodge Charger Pursuit. We just recently built one of those. We had a ton of fun. I know you guys like that a lot as well. So we had to pick up another one, 5.7 Hemi, all-wheel drive, under 100,000 miles, and it is a 2020. So it's a little bit newer than our other one. So 5-minute warning. Jared and I are waiting out here. I'm just hoping this thing actually runs and drives. All right, you guys, here it is. Build number 4. Look at that blue. Holy cow.
The body looks amazing. Did you see it?
Yeah, the body does
look good. This side, I don't see a dent.
That blue looks even cooler in person. Holy cow. How's it going? Let's see. This all looks good. It's like dented all up here.
Oh yeah, the trunk is in the back.
Oh man.
You see it, Brandon? Or the trunk. I said the trunk is in the back. The front bumper is in the back.
Oh yeah, the bumper's in there. Okay. Fired right up. Okay. Sounds good.
It looks good.
Fired right up.
Fired right up. Like, this is in great condition.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, our first
This
pursuit
is
build. That was a
so
ton of fun.
fun.
All right, well, let's go get this thing pulled in the driveway. It stinks that it is dark out, so we can't really get a good look at it, but we'll do a quick little walk around and then we'll wake up first thing tomorrow morning and we'll really take an in-depth look at this. All right, let's see what we've got.
Okay, you gonna drive it in?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if the door feels heavy.
Wow, look at that.
I don't know if we got the bulletproof doors on this one.
Does not feel like
It
it.
does not feel like it.
That other one was like a vault.
All right, you guys.
Do you want me to close the,
Oh yeah, you want to close the hood?
I guess
we
if
got
you
the
want to
idle
drive
hours up
somewhere.
right here. So we've got about 4,300 idle hours with a total of 6,300. All right, where's the shifter?
Okay. Yep.
I cannot see. All right, let's turn this thing off real quick.
What do you think? What's the view from in there?
Dirty.
Is it?
In
Okay.
pretty good shape.
Let's see, where's the key?
They never arrested anybody back here.
All right, so we do have the key. You want
Let's
to
move the seat, this driver's seat forward.
This blue is so cool.
It's very cool.
So dirty.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. Yeah, grab one end so we don't damage a seat. Here, will you come? Oh, this is a score.
Okay, let's see how the interior looks. So we got the rubber liners again, the 2 cloth front seats, and this one actually does have back seats. Can you shine your headlamp?
Yep.
Look at that.
This
Like,
one
they're
we
in
actually
good
do have the
shape.
back
Look at
seats.
that. Like, look at that.
They didn't have anybody ever in here.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
Come look at this, Brandon. You are gonna be excited. Still has
What is
the
that?
rack for all their electronics. So that's where they load all of their electronic stuff, from what I understand, I think. And look at that.
What is this?
It's a
Oh,
little lockbox.
a lockbox?
And it works.
Wow.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Yep.
Check this out.
What?
It's got, I think, the animal hair in the headlight. Oh, it does. Wow.
Yep.
Poor fella. Oh yeah, and look, it's in the
In
bumper,
the bumper
too.
Darn it.
All right, you guys, here it is. So it is the next day. Just quickly threw the front bumper on so we can kind of get a better idea for what the car looks like. Damage-wise, that is really the only damage this thing's got. And I love how this one does have the covers on it. So last one had the steel wheels as well, but it did not have the little covers. Tires look like they're all in super good shape too. All right, so let's take a look inside this thing. Unfortunately, I do not think it has the ballistic front doors, but good thing about that is you can actually open up the door further. Door panel looks like it's in really good shape. You know, obviously just a little dirty. We actually do have the window controls. Our last pursuit was almost entirely stripped, so we were missing a bunch of interior controls like this. Right, seat control works nice. I am planning on doing a full interior conversion again, so all of this stuff will probably be gone. Maybe even the door cards, I might swap those out, but we'll see. That's cool. So looks like we got the owner's manual in here. That's a cool little bag for it. We are missing the center console. You know, planning on doing another civilian center console swap, so we would have just removed that one to begin with. So just gave it a quick little wash, and that blue is so vibrant. I think this color looks so cool on a Charger. Okay, so actually, before we do anything else, I want to actually see if this thing runs. So it started good, we're able to, move it. So I'm gonna take this thing out real quick. Let's start it up. So we have no lights on the dash. The seatbelt light's on right now. I don't have my seatbelt on. There are literally no lights on the dash. All right, let's take this thing out. And this one does have a backup camera. Let's go. that alignment's pretty good. Yeah, it is super smooth. This thing drives super smooth. Shift's good. Do have the little whistle coming from the spotlight right here. Love having the bigger screen. This is a welcome upgrade from our last one. Hopefully the extent of the damage is just the cosmetics up front. I'm planning on replacing that bumper anyways. I do want to do another Hellcat wide body kit. You know, that'd be a huge score if the things I was going to replace anyways are the only problem with this thing. Pop the hood, let's go take a look. It drove perfect. It shifted good. It was smooth, the alignment was good, it's got brakes. Wow. So this thing's awesome. Wow. Right, you guys, so it's been a few days. You know, we've been busy with some other projects. We have our Chrysler 300 here that we just finished up. We got our Challenger SRT8 running. So I haven't had time to clean the inside yet. So I'm gonna get to that because I really wanna see how this thing looks once it's all cleaned up. So once again, we will be doing a full build. So we'll be replacing all of these seats, the steering wheel, you know, adding a center console, all of that stuff. But everything that we're not replacing is in super good shape. So the dash looks great. The back seats, you know, they're just a little bit dirty, but no rips, no tears. I think it will clean up super well. So that's what I'm gonna work on right now. Give it a nice quick little interior detail. And then, yeah, this thing's pretty much good to go. I'm so excited that we picked up another 5.7 Hemi with the all-wheel drive. So we're gonna have so much fun building this again. All right, so just got the interior fully cleaned up. I'll give you guys a quick look. It honestly looks like a brand new car. That's what I love about all the vinyl, is it cleans up super well. And the floor mats look brand new. Cloth seats, there's not really a whole lot we can do to clean them. They don't look bad. There's just a few little stains you can see. You know, once again, dash looks super good. Only spots that didn't really clean up too well, there are a few stains right in here. But, you know, we'll be getting a center console, so you won't even see any of that. Super, super clean interior. This one definitely looks like it's been, you know, kept in pretty good shape. Cleaned up super nice. You know, I'd say it's not too bad for a cop car. Not too bad at all. That's crazy the difference that having a clean interior makes. You know, before it just felt so gross and grimy in here. and now it really does feel like a brand new car. I'm so excited for how this thing has already turned out. You know, the Challenger was a lot more of a rough start. We got this thing, and by our second video, you know, we found out that the motor was absolutely toast. And so this one's not out of the clear yet, but it definitely sounds good, it runs good, it shifts good, so looking very optimistic. So stay tuned for our part 2 of our Dodge Charger. Stay tuned for our next Challenger video. Once again, we've got a ton of cool and exciting content coming with both of these cars. But in today's video, we're going to start on the build. So we have a ton of stuff in store for this. And so I cannot wait to get started, get this thing built, get it out on the road, and then give it away to one of you. Okay. So I want to show you guys, this is the first thing we're gonna get to today. These are some new headlights. So they are the Vland, however you say that. I got these in our last pursuit, absolutely loved them. You know, had zero complaints. And, you know, for the price, you literally cannot beat them. It was about $400 for these, and they do come with the RGB customization. So it's not just the white running light, you can run any color for the DRLs. So I think that is super cool. So I figured since that one headlight is totally busted, you know, the other one could use some replacing. This would be a good first thing to do. So yeah, let's open this up and let's go get these installed. Okay guys, well here you go. So just got the front bumper fit up with the new headlights in. You know, super excited to get these new headlights installed because now we can actually drive it around. Something else I did was I also removed the front brush guard brackets. We are not going to be putting a brush guard on this, so figured it'd be a good time to just remove that. All right, guys, so I want to show you what package we just had come in for the Dodge Charger. It is a big one. I guess it's actually technically multiple packages. We got the hood and the full wide body kit. So this is actually probably going to be one of the first upgrades we're going to do to our Pursuit. In this video, I'm going to install the new Hellcat hood. I think it'll be super cool to see the Charger in its bare form just with the new hood. You know, we have the Challenger in its bare form with the new hood as well. So we're gonna get the Hellcat hood installed in this video, but then we have the rest of the full wide body kit. So I'll give you guys a full look, everything that came in the box. Not gonna break this open, but this is all of the grill inserts, diffuser, wide body flares. So that's what's in this box. And then come taking a look This is the rear bumper. So once again, this is the Hellcat kit. So we've got the Hellcat front bumper style again. We are going to be getting some different parts for these though, so stay tuned. It's not gonna look the exact same as our last one. Got the wide body side skirts and then the Hellcat hood. Pretty much an identical kit to the last one we got, but we will be doing a few different things. So I'm super excited. This is one of those things I think that makes the biggest difference, because the Pursuits do come with, I think they're the same bumpers and stuff for the V6 models. So practically looks like an SXT, but you know, pretty soon it's going to look identical to a wide body Hellcat. All right, so just got this thing pulled into the garage. Gonna be working on a few things in here now. So as you guys just saw, we got the new Hellcat hood installed. Absolutely love how these things look. I think it makes such a big difference for the car. So that with the new headlights is already a huge improvement. And now I'm gonna work on a few other things. So I'm gonna start with the oil change. We're gonna go through and replace all the other fluids, but for right now, we're just gonna do the oil change. All right, so I think what we're gonna do right now, since we just got the oil changed, is let's go take it out on a drive. So we're gonna go make a quick little stop to the post office, get a few of your guys' merch orders shipped out. It'd be cool to get a few clips with the Charger and the Challenger. And then once we get back, I have one last thing we're gonna do for today. But man, I am so excited for this Pursuit. It's already ramping up. I have so many ideas. I have some big plans with this. So once again, go get entered into the giveaway. I love that cam install we did in our last Pursuit. But if we can have you guys really show up, it allows us to put more money into these builds and do cool stuff like supercharging them. So go get entered right now. Give yourself a shot at winning this car. And you know, we could be supercharging this thing here in the near future. But yeah, let's go take this thing out on a drive and then we'll get back and finish it up. for today is tint the taillights. I absolutely loved how our last Charger Pursuit looked when we blacked him out. Sorry, don't mind my little guy over here if he's making noise. He's my little supervisor. So this time, instead of going with the matte look, we're going with the glossier look. So I'm gonna be taking off all these letters and then tinting the entire thing. And I think I am gonna try to do a little pattern in these. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do yet, but I'm gonna wrap a portion of the red that you see, and then I'm gonna tint over the entire thing. All right, so here's a look at what I've got going on so far. So I just wrapped the pieces. I do not want light shown through black. You can see right there. This is really all the taillight will be. It'll be red right here, all the way up through that. And then the rest of it, so that entire top piece, this middle piece, and those little triangles right there, are wrapped black so you won't see those. So what I'm gonna do right now is install the full tint. So once again, I've got that gloss tint that's gonna be going over the entire taillight. I think this will be super cool. You know, these Dodge Chargers are super fun because you can really mess around with the taillight. You know, you can do these really cool overlays to get these custom designs. So I'm really excited to see how this is gonna look. So yeah, let's get the tint installed over this and let's see how it looks. So I have 2 of the 3 pieces done. I'll give you a quick look. The tint was actually not as dark as I had thought. So you guys will have to let me know what you think. I might end up redoing it once again like our first Charger. I ended up going with a pretty much black tint. Loved how that looked. I just wanted a gloss finish with this one. So both of these are tinted. You can still see the clear housing in there. You can see a little bit of that red hue. This is the untinted one. So this little section right here is untinted. So there's a little idea for the difference it makes. But I do love how the tint looks. So I definitely want to get these taillights tinted one way or another. But yeah, you guys will have to let me know if you like the darkness of this one, or if I should go with the blackout one like our first Pursuit, just make it a gloss finish instead of matte. So I'm gonna get this last one tinted. And then a little bit later today, when the sun goes down, I will turn the taillights on so you guys can see how they look. on YouTube? Welcome back to another video. In today's video, we're going to be installing the wide body kit and also doing some exhaust work. So make sure you stay till the end. And we actually have some huge news. We just dropped a new product on the website, which is essentially a community fundraiser to Hellcat Supercharge this thing.
So we have put our investment into this. You can see all of the things that we're upgrading on this car. We have a lot of exciting things still to come. We want to go above and beyond. We want to make this thing really big. Essentially, we're going to do like a GoFundMe community fundraiser to Hellcat Supercharge this thing. So we're going to sell no more than 7,000 Hellcat Supercharger digital photos. Once the 7,000 are gone, they're gone. But it gets you entered into this giveaway for a single dollar for each one of them. One person could go buy 7,000 tomorrow. So they might go quick. We don't know how long it'll take. What we do know is by the time we reach the goal of 7,000, this thing's gonna get a Hellcat Supercharger.
Right, so I think to start off the video, we are going to swap out the wheels. So let's go get to that and let's work on getting this wide body fit up. So the charger battery was dead, has been sitting for a while, and I think I'll probably have to end up replacing this battery anyways. So jumping it real quick with the Challenger. I think it should be good to go now. So let's try to start this thing up. Fired right up. All right, so let's see if we've got a full turning radius. Wow.
Right there.
Does it hit at all?
Yeah, right there. It's in the back over here, I think.
That's a full turn though. Oh, just a plastic liner? Okay.
There, it hits this plastic liner, but keep
Okay.
going because I think it's hanging down.
Yeah, the plastic liner's hanging down quite a bit. All right, so looks like it rubbed on that fender liner right there, and it's rubbing on this one just a little bit, but that's because, you know, this isn't mounted up. So that is a huge win. You know, we can work on the plastic liner, making sure it has room, but if all it does is barely rub on the plastic fender liner, then these things will fit. Okay, so now what we can do is I'm gonna fit up the last two wheels, and I love how these wheels look on the Charger. So it ended up being pretty unfortunate, is actually going to work out just fine because we can use these wheels on the Charger. We will not need any spacers, anything like that. I'm excited. I'm super excited. All right, so just finished getting all of the wide body wheels put on the Charger. So here's a little look at that. It looks insane. This thing looks like a monster truck. That amount of poke we have from the fender to the edge of the tire. So what I'm gonna work on right now is actually getting this wide body kit assembled. You guys can see we got the front bumper, the rear bumper, the side skirts, and then we've got pretty much the entire kit in here, like the flares and all of that. It does come with a diffuser and everything, but I actually went ahead and I bought a few carbon parts. So I'm gonna be waiting on our carbon fiber diffuser to come. But yeah, the rest of the stuff, I'm going to start assembling it. So that way, as soon as we get the Challenger wide body finished, we can pull the Charger in and start working on this thing. Because we're almost set with this. You know, by the time this video is out, our Challenger wide body install will be done. So make sure you guys go check on that video if you've not seen it. Let's go get those bumpers assembled, and then let's work on fitting that thing up. Something else we have to do with this bumper is we have to drill out these sensor holes. You know, it does have, I believe, 4 sensors on this back bumper. So we'll have to be cutting into this to mount those up, because we definitely want to keep those sensors. But they make it really easy for you. They have markings for where to cut those out. All right, so just got both of these bumpers fully assembled. As soon as we get the Challenger out of here, we'll pull the Charger in and I'll give you guys a better look at these. All right, so we were just trying to fit up the front bumper. We are missing the trim piece that hooks in right here and then attaches to all of these. We put the front bumper on. The top of the bumper was kind of sagging down a little bit from the hood. So just got that ordered. That should be here in 2 days. But for the time being, we're just going to set the bumper off to the side while we wait for that part to come. And then as soon as that comes, we'll fit that up. So now what we're gonna work on is the flares. So it's the same thing with the Challenger that we just did. It does come with these trim supports right here. These are what will be screwed into the car, and then the flares will snap into these. We're gonna get these mounted up, and then I'm also going to be replacing that side skirt right there. So unlike the Challenger, this one does replace the side skirts. So here's a look at the SRT ones. So I'm gonna be getting those swapped out. Something else, we are going to be getting rid of the side markers. I did pick up another set of the smoked LED black ones. So these will be mounted up on the front bumper and the rear bumper. So I'm gonna be installing these in this video as well. So yeah, got a lot of work ahead of us, but super excited to see how this thing's gonna turn out. All right, so here's a little update with where we're at. And we got the front bumper fully assembled right here. We are about to start with all of the flares. We're going to temporarily install the flares. They will be coming off because we are about to wrap this thing. After we wrap it, that's kind of when we'll do the permanent install. Then we've got the rear bumper fully assembled as well. So this is actually what I'm gonna work on right now. I'm going to take off our factory rear bumper and mount up the new one. And I want to show you guys, we have a ton of parts coming for this thing. So I am super, super excited to show you guys everything we've got coming for the Charger. I think y'all are really going to like what I've got planned. But something else I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to be retinting the taillights. So as y'all may have seen from one of our previous videos, we did tint these in a light smoke. It was a little bit too light for my liking, so I took it off. So it is currently untinted, but we do still have the taillight overlays. So I'm going to be retinting these taillights as well. Okay, so we got the rear bumper off, got the tail lights out. So Jared's over here working on basically swapping everything over from the factory bumper to our new Hellcat one. We got all of the sensors. Those look amazing. So as soon as we flip it over, we'll show you guys. Now we're trying to glue these things in. I have no clue what these are. These were not on this wiring harness from our first pursuit. So if any of you guys have any idea as to what this is for, if you could let us know down in the comments. You know, we are going to leave these. There's no sense in cutting them off. You know, they're probably for something. And it's just a nice, easy connector that swaps over to the car. But yeah, it's looking good. So what I'm gonna do right now actually is I'm going to cut off these rear mufflers. So we are going to be going with a full exhaust on this thing. While we have the rear bumper off, you know, we have super easy access to these mufflers. So I figured it'd be a good time to cut them off. So this is gonna be super nice. You know, these exhaust tips are going to look way better than these factory ones. Don't know what size these are. I'll have to measure them. I think these are 4-inch exhaust tips. So that's gonna look super good. And then we'll also get better sound as well. I want to give you guys a quick little cold start with this setup, and then once we get those rear mufflers off, I'll give you guys another startup. Okay, I can hear a little bit more now.
Yeah, there you go. There you hear it. Like it's getting more of a...
So what we're gonna do tonight is we're gonna finish up a few of these things, get the rear bumper on, get the flares on, and then first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to take this thing to our exhaust shop. So I'm gonna have them weld these up, and then I'm also going to have them remove the mid mufflers. Definitely want this thing to sound like a V8. So yeah, we'll finish up our stuff here tonight, get the bumper on so they know where to fit the exhaust tips, and then first thing tomorrow morning, we're gonna head out and have them remove the mid mufflers and weld up those exhaust tips. Wow. Well, just got the car back from the exhaust shop and this thing sounds insane. Figured that for the time being right now, it would be super cool to at least get the partial exhaust done, you know, get the new tips on here. And stay tuned, we will be getting a lot more clips of that exhaust, so we're gonna be making a video. So we're gonna get you guys some GoPro footage, the 360 camera footage, some more drive-bys, and a ton of other stuff like that. So make sure you stay tuned for that video. Let's get this thing finished up, and then let's go give you guys a full walk around of this thing with the wide body kit. here it is. So we have the full wide body kit temporarily fit up to the Charger. So I'll give you guys a quick little walk around so you guys can kind of see what it's gonna look like when it's done. But I think it turned out insane. We got the Challenger over there as well. So you can see we got those front side markers and the rear ones on. You know, those white LEDs just look so much cleaner. These things just look so good wide body. Once you get the wide body kit fit on these, it's hard to imagine it without it. Love how aggressive that rear diffuser is. With the blacked out taillights. And look at this fitment. Perfect. And what do you think of it?
I love it. I love these cars. Like, I want one.
I know.
I'm gonna enter our own drawing.
Someday, Jared and I will build our own Dodge Charger Pursuits, and
Like, I thought
we'll run them head to head.
Yeah, we will. We'll do head to head. But like, I absolutely love the Challenger, and now that the wide body is on this thing, it is hard to pick a different car than
It really
this
is.
Charger.
I honestly got to say, I think the Charger is my favorite. I just love how they look. It is, in my opinion, probably one of the best looking sedans out there. These wide body Chargers, they just look so good. It is so cool to see it like this with the two-tone, you know, the blue paint with the unpainted wide body kit. It just looks so good. I honestly could not be happier with how this one turned out.
I agree.
So next up, in our next video drop, that you will see this thing fully wrapped. So we are doing the full exterior transformation in our next video. So make sure you guys are staying tuned for that. So yeah, if you guys are excited for how these two are shaping up, how they're looking right now, then just wait, you know, give us a few weeks and these things are going to look insane. We've got so much in store. You know, I'm super excited to be building two pretty rare cars. You know, we got the all-wheel drive 5.7 liter Dodge Charger and the manual 6.1 Hemi. Wow.
Cool cars.
Yeah, these are gonna be a ton of fun.
Oh, this pair, just wait a couple weeks.
Yeah, thank you all so much. What is going on, YouTube? Welcome back to another video. Today's going to be a super exciting one. So we're going to be doing the complete exterior transformation on our Dodge Charger Pursuit. Huge shout out to all of you who entered into our giveaway by ordering some Hellcat Supercharger photos. So we actually just picked up the Hellcat blower. It's going to be insane. So we're going to have pretty much an all-wheel drive Hellcat. And this will be going to one of you. So you can actually get entered to win this exact car. Every purchase you make on our website will get you entries in to win this car. In the near future, this car will belong to one of you. You know, everyone's got a shot. All you need is that one lucky entry and you could win this thing for a couple dollars. So go head on over to our website, AtlanticBeachCustoms.com. All right, so we are back to work on our Dodge Charger and today is going to be so much fun. So in our last video, we just did the full wide body kit, got everything temporarily fit up. And in today's video, we're going to be doing the complete exterior transformation. So after today's video, the car is going to pretty much look complete exterior wise, at least. You know, it'll be so nice having all of these pieces the same color. So we're not gonna have the mismatched fenders, hood, bumpers, anything like that. So it's gonna look complete after this video and it's gonna look insane. So what we're gonna start with first, before we can pull the car in and start wrapping it, we gotta address all these plugs. So since this was a retired police car, you know, it did have all the police equipment. So what we're gonna have to do is get rid of these plugs, fill them all. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of Bondo work on all of this. We even have some stuff back here on the trunk as well. And then so after we take care of all of those pieces, get everything bondoed, we're gonna give this thing a nice thorough wash. But yeah, let's go get to work and let's get this thing fully transformed. Oh, and before we get too far into this video, start taking things apart, I want to show you guys, we have a lot of other parts we're going to be installing in this video as well. All of these will be installed after we wrap the car. All right, so we got this thing pulled into the garage. So we're going to finish taking the rest of this thing apart. But I want to show you guys, this is what we just picked up. So we just picked up this Hellcat supercharger, and we already have a bunch of the pieces. Still gonna have to pick up a bunch of stuff. I've got an awesome intake on the way, but just wanted to give you guys a quick little look for what we've got coming to the channel very soon. You know, we are going to be building an all-wheel drive Hellcat. So this thing's gonna be absolutely insane. You know, you guys showed up big, so we're gonna show up big, and we're gonna get this thing Hellcat supercharged and send it home to one of you. Let's get this thing wrapped. All right, and here is the color right here. This is a super, super cool color. It is satin blue aluminum. So it is satin, but it has a little bit of a shine to it. I do have plans to do some gloss black racing stripes as well. So I think we'll get rid of the black hood, wrap it blue, and then do gloss black racing stripes down the entire car. So yeah, let's get to it and let's get... Okay, take a look at this. So it is basically a mini color shift. So let's see if we can kind of get a little glimpse of it here. Yeah, I think really we'll have to get it out in the sun for you guys to fully tell, but it is such a crazy cool color. It is pretty close to the factory blue. This one is a little bit darker. The car is gonna look so good. Once we get the entire thing wrapped blue, and then get the gloss black racing stripes going down the entire thing, it's gonna look phenomenal. So this wrap is directional, which basically means you have to install it all the same way. So let me see if I can show you guys. So it has the, you know, the backing with the arrows right here. If you were to install this door with the arrows going down, and then this door with the arrows going sideways, the colors would not line up properly. So this one is a little bit trickier. You have to make sure that you get the film going the exact same direction across the entire car. So that's why it's best to do it in one big sheet, which is what you just watched us do. So we got the side skirt piece out of it, the two doors, and then this is the rear quarter panel that connects all the way up to here. So we're gonna get this rear quarter panel wrapped, get the two doors wrapped, get the side skirt wrapped, and then we're gonna have pretty much this entire side done. It's gonna be crazy. It is probably gonna be one of the coolest looking Chargers in my opinion. Once again, it's gonna be Hellcat Supercharged. So this is shaping up to be the coolest Charger build out there. You know, it's not gonna be the fastest, not gonna be the most expensive, but it's definitely gonna be one of the most unique. So yeah, it's looking really good. You know, taking my time to get these corners basically perfect. But yeah, let's keep working. So we're gonna, once again, start with this rear quarter panel, then do both the doors, the side skirt, and then we can kind of get a good idea for what the thing's gonna look like. So let's go get to it. All right, so it is day 2. So I'll show you all where we got, but we've got a lot of the car finished. And I'm also going to take a quick break from the wrap and get the other parts unboxed. So we did order quite a few exterior parts for this thing. You know, we got roof spoiler, trunk spoiler, some side skirts, a front lip, and a new diffuser. I also have some new mirror caps coming. Those have not come quite yet, so I'm hoping we get those here soon, but we'll at least get everything else unboxed. But here's a look at the progress we've made. Still cannot get over this color. It looks so good. It has so much depth to it. It is such a rich color. And you know, it's really hard to pick it up on the camera. Looks so good on this car. That's what's cool about the satin wraps. It really accentuates all of the body lines. So, as you can come see over here, we did the rear quarter panel as well. All we have left on the body are these 2 doors and this front fender. And then, you know, we have the front bumpers and the flares. You know, the body lines kind of are hidden in the paint, but when you take a look at the hood, you can really see all of those curves. And then over here on the side as well. Oh, there you go. You can see a little bit of that color shift right there. It's crazy. It is a crazy cool color. You know, it's never gonna look exactly the same. So I love it. You guys will have to let me know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking of this color. You can kind of see a little bit of that sheen on there. It is such a cool color. But yeah, so here we've got a bunch of the parts. So let's get these things unboxed and take a look. And then later on today, we can start installing some of these. All right, so here's a quick little look at everything. Once again, we are still missing the mirror caps. We got the carbon diffuser, carbon spoiler, carbon trunk spoiler, carbon door handles, the carbon front lip, and the side skirts as well. So cannot wait to get all of these installed, see how they kind of pair up with the wrap. So I think that satin blue with all of these pieces and then some gloss black stripes is really gonna look insane. I love building these cars up and, you know, turning them into something that you will never see anywhere else. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do real quick, I really wanna see these door handles. This, and I guess the side skirt, are the few things we can fit up right now since, you know, this side's pretty much wrapped. So I'm gonna get the driver's side door handle covers on, and then after that, we'll start with wrapping the other side. So we're getting pretty close, you know, making some really good progress. So let's get this thing finished up and let's see how it looks. Okay, here's a quick little progress update. Got the stripes done on the hood and the roof. Absolutely love how these turned out. Really does add a super cool element to the car. I'm working on the inlays up there on the front bumper, so I'll show you those in just a second. But I want to show you guys how cool this kit is. So this kit does come with all of these fender liner extensions. So I got the front one up right here. But basically, it's this plastic extension piece that snaps onto the fender liner and the front bumper. Because, you know, since we do have the wide body flares, they stick out about that much. So if you come look at this side, which I don't have them in yet, this is how it would fit up. So this right here is that plastic fender liner, and then this is the edge of the bumper. So without those, you'd see that gap, which does not look too good. You know, we definitely don't want that. But with the fender liner extensions on, it really does seal up that gap perfectly. So, You know, there is no gap in there, and you know, it brings everything together. But yeah, here's a look at the front bumper. Started the inlays. So with wrapping these cars, you know, especially with these bumpers, you never really want to wrap them in one piece. You're going to be putting extreme tension in spots where it's just destined to lift up and fail. So what I do is I wrap the fender flares separately. I have a little inlay right in there. I've got an inlay on that piece, and then right there as well. So we'll just use some knifeless tape when we wrap the bumper. So yeah, it's coming along. You know, this is a ton of work, especially doing the wide body. You know, it takes a lot of time wrapping all the individual flares, but the car is looking insane. I love it. I love how it's turning out. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep working on a few other things. And then tomorrow I'm actually having Nick, my tint guy, come by. He's gonna throw on some nice 20% on the entire thing, with the exception of the windshield. So we're gonna get all 4 of these side windows tinted in 20%. And we're gonna get some 20% on the back window as well. And something else I think I forgot to mention is I am going to be getting some Dodge Pursuit badges. So I know you guys absolutely loved them for our last Pursuit. Kenny's hooking us up with some again for this build. Those are on the way, they're not quite here yet, but as soon as those come, we'll get the fender badges on, and then we'll also get the badge on the trunk here as well. Wow. So this is what I was saying. The car's looking insane. We still have a lot of work to do, so we'll turn the lights on in just a second, but I'll show you what we have finished up. And I'll also show you some sneak peeks of some of the other parts we've got. So we did finish the stripes right here. So we got the stripes going down the entire car. Just had them continue down all the way to the bottom of the front bumper right there. This is something you really have to be super OCD about, you know. All right, so another day we got Nick from Direct Tint. Huge shout out to Nick. He's the only guy I trust to tint our cars. So what we're gonna do today is get all of the windows tinted on this thing in, what, 20%, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do 20%.
20%, super easy to see through right now. And I didn't wanna have the car fully wrapped and, you know, have it a complete fishbowl. So we're gonna get the sides 20% and the rear as well. You good? You want me to help you with that?
I literally just built like a custom film holder in my shop so it doesn't do that.
Dang, sorry.
No, it's good. I can save a lot of this. Yeah, dude, I used to do so much mobile work, and then now it's kind of like, if it's a special occasion or like I did that GT3 last week. Well, you got the same kind of music playing, so that's good. You listen to Ayaterra and Stick Figure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. I don't know that I've ever met somebody that knew who Ayaterra was.
This is gonna look so nice. All right, well, this thing's done. So after 4 grueling days, we got this thing pretty much finished up. Probably my favorite build we've done so far. So we'll give you all a little walk around, kind of show you everything we've done to it, and then we're gonna take this thing out on the road to get some clips. I think you'll all agree it was worth the wait. So here it is, Dodge Pursuit 2.0. Look at this car. It is insane. It is so crazy to believe this is that same police car that rolled off of the truck just a few weeks ago. You know, this thing did a full 180. You know, this thing is going from an old police car to one of the coolest muscle cars out there. Because this is a muscle car. So yes, it is technically a police trim, but this is basically just a beefed up RT.
After you see this, like, you'll see how much fun we have driving it.
Yeah.
Like, it is so much fun.
And the fun is just about to begin. Look at what we have sitting over there. So this is not just gonna be a Dodge Pursuit with a wrap, some wheels, a ton of cool exterior mods. This thing is basically going to be an all-wheel drive Hellcat. You know, it's shaping up to be one of the most unique builds out there.
I wish I could hold this up and show everybody how cool this is. We are so dang excited for this.
It's heavy.
It's way beyond my strength.
Like, take a look at this angle right here. The dark blue, and then it kind of shifts down to the lighter blue.
Whoever wins this is going to have the most unique Dodge Pursuit build on the road.
This is a Frankenstein build if I've ever seen one. So yeah, let's take a little walk around. We'll show you everything we've done to it. So starting up front, we got this carbon front lip installed. Love how this turned out. I love the addition that this made to the front bumper. We installed these in a previous video, but we got aftermarket headlights, so they are RGB, so you can change the color of the daytime running lights to pretty much anything. And then we got the black LED smoked side markers. Love how those look. These are, once again, our wide body wheels that we used off Challenger. These actually fit up perfect, and I love how they look. Carbon mirror caps, so you might have seen these on our previous Pursuit. They're the same ones, except these ones are just carbon. And then we also got the carbon side skirt extension. And we also got the carbon door caps. So I got these installed as well. So I think it is honestly just the perfect amount of carbon.
I know you were worried about having too much carbon, and not at all. It's a perfect accent.
You think?
It flows perfectly with the blue. They pop, they don't feel like they're overbearing at all.
And then the tinted windows. That was an absolute must as well. So having all of the windows blacked out really does make it even cooler. And then yeah, we got the carbon roof spoiler up here, the carbon trunk spoiler, and the carbon diffuser.
The wrap, to me, is the best wrap. It's the coolest wrap I've ever seen. I think the wrap is my favorite part.
Yeah.
The blue color
The wrap is insane.
Perfect. I remember when I first started seeing the carbon fiber show up in the mail, and just started to see your vision take form. And to sit here and look at this, like, you have to be so dang proud of putting this thing together like you did. It's amazing. It really is.
I appreciate that. It is super cool. It is really cool to have a vision in your head and then make it into a reality. And that's how I feel with this. You know, this turned out exactly like I was hoping. Even better, honestly.
I was not prepared for this. I'm not. I'm so excited for whoever wins this. When we drop this thing off and they walk around it, like, it's an experience, and
it really is.
Probably can't quite grasp exactly what we're talking about through video.
Yeah.
But it's remarkable. And one of you is gonna win.
And one of you will win it.
Yep.
One of you will be the new owner. That's what I today we start the process of supercharging our 5.7 liter Dodge Charger. Today we're going to be starting this. Right now you are looking at a Hellcat blower on an all-wheel drive V8 Dodge Charger. So in today's video we're going to be going over the full cost and parts list. I want to break it down and basically show all of you how much money we're putting into Hellcat supercharging it. First up, let's start by getting the charger pulled in the garage. All right, let's get to it. So first thing you're gonna need is an upgraded fuel pump. So I picked this one up from TI Automotive. This cost me $188, but something else that you will also need is a fuel pump connect. So along with the fuel pump, you're also gonna need this little quick connect. So yeah, here's a quick look at that fuel pump, and then this connect will just snap on the bottom right there. So fuel pump, $188, and this fitting piece cost me $49. All right, next thing you're gonna need, some new spark plugs. So I know these ones are recommended when you do forced induction. So these are NGK Iridium IX. So you're definitely gonna wanna make sure you pick up some brand new spark plugs. So all 16 of these spark plugs ended up costing me $141. All right, and then next up, kind of going along with the spark plugs, you're gonna need some high performance coil packs. So I picked these up from RIP. These are specifically for supercharged vehicles. So I picked these ones up in this super nice gray finish. They say RIP high performance Hemi coil pack. Even got Hemi right there. These are a little bit pricier, so these ended up costing me $490 for all 8 of these. But yeah, I love that gray, and I think it's gonna look super cool when we paint the valve covers. So yeah, we'll see how these things do. All right, next up, we've got the Supercharger coolant tank. So I got this from MMX. It is a Mopar genuine part, and it does come with the bracket as well. I spent $175 on this. Something else you'll need is the Supercharger coolant pump. So this is that pump that's gonna go along with that. This is a Bosch, so pretty good brand. And this pump right here cost me $200. All right, next up, we've got the Supercharger heat exchanger. So this I also picked up from MMX as well. So this is from Raleigh Performance, however you say that. So you're definitely gonna need to pick something like this up. So this heat exchanger right here ended up costing me $350. So you can see the stuff adds up pretty quick. There is a lot you need, but I know it's gonna be totally worth it in the end. Now, we've got our intake. So this one I actually bought used. I got this locally off of a guy from Marketplace. It came off of his Hellcat. It was on there for about 400 miles, so has a little bit of wear, but it is practically brand new. This is K&N, so it's a super trusted brand. And this is gonna be huge. I wanted to go with an aftermarket one because I definitely want to make that whine a little bit louder. So going with one like this is gonna be awesome. I paid $200 for this intake. All right, so next up, we've got a oil catch can. So this is one of those things that's not necessarily required, but it is recommended. So I went with this BBK oil catch can kit. So this entire kit right here ran me $189. All right, and now we've got the factory supercharger belt. So you're obviously gonna need a new belt for everything. So I picked up this one from Gates. This belt cost me $77. All right, and then next up, I picked up a 180-degree thermostat. I got this from RIP as well. I got a super good deal on this. We got these on our last pursuit, and they really do make a difference. You will have to get a tune with these, but when you're supercharging these, you're gonna need a tune anyways. So I got this 180-degree thermostat for $25. All right, and then next up in this box, we've got the fuel supply kit. So it's got all of the little connects, the hose you need. And then I also got this pin kit for the crankshaft. So I got all of this from Crash and Burn. Once again, huge shout out to him. Go check his channel out. He is actually the one that really inspired us to go along with the supercharger route. So I spent $89 on this pin kit and then $169 on all of this stuff. All right, I want to show you guys this real quick. So this is separate from all the supercharger stuff. This is actually our Pursuit badge kit. So I know a lot of you were wanting us to put those Pursuit badges back on. I had this one leftover one. Kenny from DodgePursuit.com hooked us up. He sent us this little package with a ton of new badges. So if you got a Pursuit, absolutely recommend you pick these up. You know, he's got a ton of different styles. So he's got these ones right here that are black and silver. And then my personal favorite, these are the side fender badges. Absolutely love these. So we're gonna be installing these in today's video as well. You know, this is really gonna be the cherry on top, but yeah, he's got everything in here. This is even a badge for the steering wheel. They got some awesome products, so definitely go check them out at dodgepursuit.com. Okay, and this is something else I got from MMX. I picked up their coil pack extensions because you are gonna have to extend them. So that is what all of these are right here. So all of these coil pack extensions cost $200. All right, and then I'll show you the rest of the stuff. So I actually got all of this from a guy off of Marketplace. So it came complete, so I don't really know exactly how much it is if you piece it out, but you're gonna need some new valve covers. You're gonna need the adapter plates with the gaskets. You're gonna need a pulley. You're gonna need this with the 2 idler pulleys, and then the Hellcat Supercharger itself. So this came with the boost controller, the injectors, and so along with all of this, it also came with the map sensor harness and all of that. So I know you can pick up most of the stuff from MMX, you know, like this boost controller right here. This is actually from MMX. I ended up spending $4,000 for all of this. So $4,000, we got the Supercharger with the injectors, the boost controller, the map sensor harness, and some of the other wiring, the valve covers, the adapter plates, the 2 idler pulleys, and it came with 2 different pulleys. So this is a 2.7 inch. And the one on there right now is, I believe, a 2.5 or something like that. We are gonna be going with the bigger one, so we're gonna be swapping it out. But yeah, spent $4,000 for all of this stuff right here. All right, and then one of the last major things you need is a tune. So this is the quote for the tune. You know, these 2015 and up Chargers do cost a little bit more because you have to unlock them. Here is everything. So outsourced tuning services, $950. The HP Tuners Unlock, $550. You need the credits as well. And then a few of these other things, you know, tuner operated all-wheel drive dyno, hourly rate. So total cost of the tune came out to $2,212. But you know, that tune is definitely a necessity. Okay, so with all of those parts, the total comes out to about $8,370. So this is give or take, because once again, I do still have to pick up some of those boost gauges, and I'm sure there'll be a few other small things, you know, like picking up some extra hoses to extend some stuff. But everything I just showed you comes out to about $8,400. That is a little bit more than I was anticipating. I was thinking we could get this all for around $7,000. But you know, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you know, around $8,500 to Hellcat Supercharge this. You know, we picked this Dodge Charger Pursuit up for $7,800. And so doubling that, coming out to about $16,000, we're gonna have this thing Hellcat Supercharged. So when you put that into perspective, with, you know, the cost of Scat Packs, Hellcats, even regular RTs, those are still pretty pricey. So about $16,000 for a 5.7 all-wheel drive Charger. That is Hellcat Supercharged. That's not too bad. So let me know down below in the comments what you all think of that. Is that more than you were expecting? Is it less? And you know, let me know if you do that as well. Honestly, whenever we start building more of these Mopars on the channel, I think it's something I'll probably want to do with every single one. As soon as we get that first startup, it is going to be insane. I'm going to absolutely love it. Like, I don't think I'll be able to drive a naturally aspirated 5.7 after this. But yeah, let me know down below what you all think. All right, so now that we've gone over pretty much everything that we need, we can start getting to some of this other stuff. So I think first thing I'll do, I'm gonna install the Pursuit badges, and then after I do that, I'm going to repaint these valve covers. Now we got all the badges on, got the fender ones, and then I've got this one on the trunk back here as well. It says Pursuit with that same logo. Oh, something else I'm gonna be doing in today's video is we are going to be cleaning up this engine bay. So I have actually not cleaned this since we got it from auction. As you can see, this thing is filthy. So we're gonna give it a quick little detail so that way before we start installing everything, it'll be all nice and clean. But yeah, I think I'll start right now by getting this all cleaned up, get it looking nice, get all that dirt out of there. And then, yeah, we'll paint the valve covers and then go from there. Wow, this is so much better. So even though I know a lot of the stuff we will be removing, like the valve covers, you know, all the coil packs, all that stuff, the intake, we'll be removing all that stuff anyways, but I still just wanted to kind of do a quick clean of everything, and it looks so much nicer in here. Because yeah, I don't know, I just didn't want to be working in this and having it so dirty like that. So even just a quick clean like this makes it feel a whole lot better. All right, so we're about to start with the disassembly. So tonight what we're working on is basically just taking it apart. So taking off the intake, taking off the valve covers, the coil packs, what else we've got? Fuel rails.
The intake setup, the whole thing.
The whole
Pretty
intake.
much the whole top except for the heads.
Because it's honestly a pretty straightforward process.
Until it is.
Until it is. Yeah, so we already did actually run into our first issue. So taking a look at the belts, this one off of a Hellcat is significantly wider, has a lot more ribs than this factory one. But yeah, looks like that, at least so far, is really the only hiccup. We've got all the parts over there. So yeah, let's start taking this thing apart.
So the first thing we're going to do is take off the intake piping, get the factory airbox out of the way. This one screw will take this boot off, and then we've got this breather line here. And then we'll just take the tube off with this other clamp over here.
Yeah, so now you can really see the difference in the size of these pulleys and
Yeah.
where you're running into the issue. It's almost double the size.
If we line them up end to end, and there's an old saying about that. If it was easy, everybody'd do it.
100%.
The next thing I'm going to do is unplug all of the electrical connectors on the intake manifold. So I'm going to unplug the fuel injectors, I'm going to unplug the purge valve over here, I'm going to unplug the throttle body, there's a map sensor in the back there. I'm going to get all the electrical connections taken off, then I'm going to unbolt the intake manifold and lift it out of the car.
Do you want to go ahead and pop off this cover right here, get yourself some room, or?
No, it'll go without it. Hey, will our Hellcat Charger clear that strut brace?
No, yeah, I think we gotta remove this.
Okay.
So we gotta pop off.
Wiper arms, plastics.
This has
So you think really to take off the entire intake manifold, 30 minutes?
Less.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's literally just these bolts. Once we get all that off, and
The long
fuel
part's going to
rail-
be unplugging everything.
Yeah, the fuel rail is probably going to be
The fuel rail can even stay with the manifold.
yeah. It's a
So
quick
how
one.
would you guys rate the difficulty of this install to people who are looking to do this out of 10?
It depends
What,
on
an
their
The full job.
The full
swap.
job? Probably like out of 10.
about a 6, 7.
7, yeah.
6, 7.
I was going to say a 7 as well, just because of the conversion of all of the rest of the pulleys. Like, otherwise, swapping an intake and a supercharger isn't really the difficult part.
Yeah, that's the cake part.
It's all of the stuff connected to it.
Yeah.
But in reality, like this, just like taking off the intake, putting on the supercharger is only about 10 bolts. But then making it work, everything connected to it, that's where you run into the issues.
Can you reach in my duffel bag? Over here was I disconnected everything off of the purge control solenoid. So this line goes back to the gas tank and puts fuel vapors through here to run through the engine, and then the electrical connector for it. And then I went back here and disconnected this clip that holds the connector for the manifold absolute pressure sensor.
Sounds right back there.
All the way on the other side, but it runs across the back. Then I'm going to pop this clip off right here so that we can have our wiring harness out of the way.
You know what you need? You need to get branded fender covers.
Yes, I do.
It's floating over here.
There's 5 bolts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 on each side, I believe.
Yeah. It's not gunked up, it's not dirt, like, I mean.
I know.
It's
I'm
really
excited
good.
to get the manifold off and see if it's ever been taken apart.
Highly doubt it.
It's probably
Really?
been taken apart, yeah. It's been together this whole life. Routine maintenance, maybe if it was apart, it'd be for a camshaft.
Yeah. Do people do phaser lockouts on these like they do Mustang, all that, just because of the tick, or?
Not really. It's not because of the tick, mainly because they just want better tuning.
Yeah.
Pro tip for all you Hemi guys out there, that fills up with oil.
What does?
This right here, that fills up with oil. Clean the oil out of there every once in a while. It'll run a lot better.
It's blow by oil essentially, and it gets caught up in there. And
That's like a factory catch.
That's all.
literally
Okay.
a factory catch.
Wow.
It's the, hey, we know we're going to have blow by, so we'll just set it up. It's in the direct, it's back here. It should be right.
Right there somewhere.
Believe.
I found it.
Okay.
Grab it by the fuel. Hold on, kill. Make sure we all good before we go peeking into it. Pull all your bolts.
Oh, look, bam. Look, all right. It's good.
Wow, just like that.
It's a girl. What do you like now? Oily. Not too bad though.
Looks like a police car.
Yeah, it looks like a V8.
You're gonna put it over here.
Now you got another intake for that motor. No, you don't. That'll get another intake.
6157. Okay, so now we're taking all the coil packs.
We should be all too familiar with this on this channel.
Yeah.
We have taken out more than freaking I want to talk about.
How do you guys think this one looks so far, just based off of
Yeah,
getting the
like
manifold off?
Looks like a 5.7.
Looks about right.
Yeah. It looks good. But I want to look at the valves.
Yeah.
Seat's good. Seat's good.
Stay ready.
That one's a little wet, but this is also the back.
That's the back.
Yeah.
Why is the back normally a little bit more wet?
It's just the airflow. So like you're bringing in air from here. So all your velocity of the air is going to be at the back of the intake, which would be splashing into there. That's I guess.
Wow, this is quick.
Yeah, disassembly is extremely fast.
All right, so just got the disassembly done for the most part, so we'll show you that in just a second, but nothing really too crazy going on. So I didn't really want to spend too much time on the disassembly just because it is pretty straightforward. Basically, once again, all you have to really do is take off the intake manifold and the valve covers, take off the air intake, and then, you know, just disconnect all of these connectors right there.
Yeah, the only extra stuff that you're not really gonna see is the vacuum line that runs to the back for the brake booster. There's some of the, you know, smaller things, but pretty much once you get the fuel rails and everything disconnected, the coils, that you take 10 bolts off, the intake's easy, and then just kind of give it a little bit of, you know, pull, and you'll see what's connected to it really quick. But otherwise, it's very straightforward. Say all of about 20 bolts to get that far, and then we also took the valve covers off just to check to see, you know, the condition of everything in there, which looks to be in very good shape. Which is another, I'd say, 10-ish bolts.
Yeah, 10 bolts each side.
Yeah, and you pretty much have everything off, and now the fun begins of fitting a supercharger onto a motor that wasn't built to have the supercharger. So there's a couple of, you know, one-off things you got to do to these to make them work, but otherwise, yeah.
And this is where we're going to be really specific. So going forward with the full install, this is where we're going to show you guys basically every step along the way.
After taking everything apart and trying to mock up a couple of parts, you can really pretty much figure out where your big roadblocks are going to be. The kit that we got didn't quite come with the right pulley set, because if you can see, it's pretty much about twice the size, so we either have to switch the pulleys or the components. So we got to research that, as well as when you've got to make the supercharger fit, it's going to come out over this. So this is just a bolt mount. There's nothing actually running through it until you get below. So this is going to have to be shaved off as well. So that's one of the most major modifications that's going to have to be done. But otherwise, it's just going to be figuring out where we're going to route stuff, you know,
Make
sure
it all
the hoses
fit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But man, I am so excited. All right, y'all, this is pretty much going to wrap it up for today's video. So hope you all have enjoyed it. I hope it was also informative, you know, kind of breaking down some of the major costs for a swap like this. There will be more stuff to come. So we did have to pick up a few other small things. So we'll be going over that in our next video. But yeah, stay tuned, because the next video is going to pretty much be the bulk of the work. So it's a few days later. We've got this thing pretty much finished up. We're hoping to be done in the next day or two. So we're gonna try to keep cranking away and you know, get this thing done hopefully by the end of this week, with the part 2 and 3 videos dropping shortly. So make sure you're subscribed, turn on those post notifications. Now, this is not something you're gonna wanna miss. It's gonna be insane when it's done. And I love doing this because there is really a lot of stuff that comes up with the job like this. So with the help of Tyler and Rob, you know, we're sorting through all of that. And I think we are gonna come up with some cool things for those of you who want to potentially Hellcat Supercharger 5.7 as well. So today's video is going to be part 1 of the full install. So we wanted to break this video up into 2 parts just because there is so much that goes into these installs, and we want to be super thorough, super detailed to, you know, show you all exactly how we did this. Fully taken apart pretty much last night. So we got Rob and Tyler back over here. So now we're going to start with the full reassembly.
Having a nice clean surface for our valve covers.
Okay, so we got the surfaces pretty cleaned up. Rob is calling to try to get a new belt because, you know, this one is quite a bit wider than the one that we need. So Rob's trying to get that. And Tyler is over here working on replacing the spark plugs. So once again, we picked up these Iridium iX. So we're gonna get all of these swapped out real quick and get those new ones in there. So we got Rob over there finishing up some of those spark plugs.
If it'll go.
And
16 of them.
All 6.
Tyler and I are trying to figure out where to mount up this heat exchanger.
I think if we move one of the horns, it'll slide in, but currently this fan is, oh wait, hold on. This fan might be too chunky to fit back here. Maybe we'll go in from the bottom. No, there's a transpooler in there. Okay, so we're working with, what does that say? 5.5, maybe a little more. So our spacing between our AC condenser and our, oh, yeah. That's a chunky fan. All right, see if it'll slide in.
Moment of truth.
This is a good size heat exchanger right here. We could go JDM and put it outside the bumper.
No.
This is pretty chunky. I think it's actually supposed to go the other way. But we're not gonna have any room back here in the first place. Not to mention the 2 fans.
It does not go back there.
It looks like it goes like that.
Leave the washer bottle.
I bet it's supposed to go somewhere like that. I don't.
Dang, is that the washer pump? Holy crap.
No,
That's
brother.
the power steering.
steering.
That's the power steering motor.
What's on that side?
A hole.
Yeah, there's a hole.
Yeah, that's the easy part. That's just running a hose. We got to build a bracket or something. That'll probably hang too low.
But we bolted it here.
That's assuming the bumper fits with it right here. As long as we got room for our...
Remember fog lights? Does this have fog lights?
Nope.
No fog lights. Okay. So yeah, it'll work. That'll work.
We're gonna need some creativity on this one, boys.
Yeah, we're gonna need to.
I've got exactly
bracket.
one bolt hole that will mount up nicely.
No, we need to make a bracket, drill into this.
That's what I'm saying. We got to get creative because only one bolt hole is on metal. We're gonna need to make an extension here to come out for this one. Honestly, we're pretty much gonna have to build a square frame for this and stick it to the back of that.
Okay, so I guess we'll kind of put this on the back burner for now while we try to think through that a little bit more, but looks like it's probably gonna be the best spot for it.
And then we can run the plumbing straight through this hole.
Right through there, yeah.
That'll
Okay.
actually work really well if we can get it to do it.
The wide body bumper is giving us a lot more room.
Oh yeah.
This whole cubby is open on that bumper.
Yeah. We'll just put it behind the rear bumper facing downward.
That's actually.
I've seen guys do that.
Yeah, that's actually a compliment.
All right, here we go. All 16 of them.
Got one already.
Here's nice.
7 over here. And that one can go over here. And here's 8 over here.
All right, so I just got all the spark plugs in, and now we're going to mount up the valve covers.
It's about that time. We're gonna put the bolts in first so the grommets can clip in before we try and fasten the bolts down.
True, true.
Swing it all the way around. And then tuck that. There you go, now start rotating. Push it back some. Here. Yeah, I had to fight the harness the whole way out with the old one, and this one's tall.
Yep.
There you go.
The harness.
Start in the middle.
So that's a little pro tip.
Oh, always start in the middle,
Yeah.
work your way out. So top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. There's a specification for everything. It squeegees the gasket outwards.
Those valve covers look crazy on this thing.
Ooh,
come in a big fancy box.
Steel gray.
Ooh. Nice. These things?
Ooh,
Yep, these guys.
that's nice.
See, the cheap ones, a lot of cheap ones don't actually have this
Have
angle.
the bend?
Yeah, they just are like flat squares. But these are nice. What it does is it just...
It takes DC voltage and turns it into high voltage AC.
Yep, regulates it and tells it what to do, when to do it.
And then once we get this kind of closed up, I think we'll probably start with trying to cut this off.
Maybe force it on there. Bonk.
Yeah. Probably should have started in the back. Did the instructions say how to fit them?
Looks sweet though.
They do look sweet.
Got Rob and Tyler both trying to finagle these things. There's not a whole lot of clearance with this. Okay, so I'll show y'all where we're at right now. We just finished getting the spark plugs in, we got the coil packs in, so pretty much set with all of that. Yeah, we gotta work on that bracket over here for the heat exchanger, but then I think the rest of it should hopefully go pretty smooth, famous last words.
Right.
But we'll see. So yeah, here's a look at it right now with those Hellcat valve covers, rip coil packs. So this is what I was talking about. We're gonna trim this off right now so that way we can actually get the supercharger to fit. And then yeah, we'll mount up those adapter plates right here and start just working on the rest of that stuff over there. Rob's taking a little break down here. It is hot, it is very hot.
Because we're from Florida.
What we'll do is run some masking. We'll just kind of cut out a little hole around this, mask off the entire engine bay, and then yeah, work on getting that thing cut off. These are the coil pack extensions.
Because
They are really long.
this is going to live about right here.
So we'll throw these things on real quick and then mask and cut. All right, here's a quick look. So just got this thing shaved down. So that should clear just fine now as soon as we get the supercharger fit up there. These are the adapter plates, so we're just test fitting these up, see how these look. We're pretty much home free to at least fit this thing up now.
We'll probably bump into that with the supercharger.
Oh yeah, I think we'll have to remove this right here.
Yeah, we'll see. Now we're just putting in all these little bolts.
Each adapter plate is just
So yeah,
five little bolts.
5 in the center, and then you see these outers, that's for the charger to bolt up to the existing holes.
So-
And see these dowels?
They line up the supercharger.
Yep, line it up so you can't mess
Misalign
up.
it, yeah.
Yep, it's foolproof. Yeah, most places, most adapter plates don't have dowels. So this is a really good kit.
I'd hate to have to do one of these.
By myself?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, send it right here. Yep.
Okay.
Nope, can't get the bolts in. I'm gonna have to go back.
But will it sit?
I mean, yeah, if you go back some more.
What's it hit on? Oh, fuel line's hitting on the dipstick.
Oh. Maybe.
Give it a push.
Trying to get it in the dowel. What are you hitting on?
Probably the dowel in the back. Yep.
We're good on that now.
Okay, so what's keeping it jacked up like that?
I do not know.
Did we maybe set it down on one of the vacuum lines or something? I'd rather work in this than work in the winter.
Back at it, just got the factory belt out of here. We're working on fitting up the idler pulley right here. So yeah, we're gonna mount this thing up real quick.
Cool, it just starts a short one on here. These are bolts that were just put with.
So it's those 2 bolts.
And one
One right there, and then
this one.
that one right there.
Bing bong.
Yep. And then we just got to figure out what to use on that.
There. All right. There. Tight fit, but it goes.
And they bent it, or
Just clear. What are they?
Kind of hard to see, but just fit up the idler pulley in those 3 spots where we took those screws out. All right, here we go. We got this thing fit up. Wow. So what are we working on right now? We got to take off this little brace. just that way we can get access to those back bolts, but seated super well to the adapter plates. Look, it's huge.
Yeah.
This thing is massive.
Yeah, I don't think...
Maybe real quick, should we try to just
I was about to say, I don't
close
know
the
if your
hood?
hood's gonna shut, buddy.
Let's try it.
Yeah, it is a clone, but it might. Yeah.
Money.
No,
There's no way I feel
glove.
like that would have fit without the Hellcat style hood. There she is.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, this is honestly low key. This might be the easy part.
Drilling and pinning the crank is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
sits
Yeah, those
up
rib
so
coils
high.
look pretty good on there too.
Yeah, they do.
It is
Okay, so-
100 degrees,
It is so hot.
and we are out here making content for you guys. That's how much we love you.
So yeah, like, comment, subscribe. Huge shout out to Rob and Tyler over here. These guys are getting it done. So yeah, what do we have next? Just gotta screw in the rest of these bolts and then
Get it mounted.
The rest of it.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of plumbing that we'll have to figure
take
out.
that. I really do.
I look at your channel all the time.
Thank you so much. This is what we've got going on right now. Got this Pursuit fitting up the Hellcat blower to it.
Wow.
So
cool.
I know we've been out here all day and making some pretty good progress.
I wish you guys were more success.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. How long you been watching from? Since the Chrysler?
Yeah, a little bit before the Chrysler, but I love y'all did a hell of a job on that Chrysler.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for coming by.
Yes, sir.
You want to be on the channel?
Yeah.
You want to be on the channel?
No.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we got the charger on. We've got the adapter pulleys on, which is pretty neat. I like how it's user-friendly. Can't go wrong with it.
Super easy. 3 bolts right there.
3 bolts, man, and right in. You don't got to worry about coolant or nothing because they're all just pass-through bolts. That's
Looks
about
crazy
it.
with all this stuff, all of these extra
Yeah, it's
wires
just
and
all kind of jumbled. But it'll be clean whenever we're done. We'll zip tie everything up, loom it if need be, whatever need to be done to make it
Make it look a little better at least.
presentable. Yeah.
Yep.
It's coming together though. Everything
really
looks
is.
pretty good. Yeah.
Full day's work, still have a lot left to do, but yeah, definitely making some good progress. This is probably where we'll honestly call it for the night. Like Rob said, still have to figure out that heat exchanger, some of the plumbing, and then what do we have? We got the intake, fuel pump, and yeah, a few other little things over there. So we'll get them sorted out, but it's looking good. All right, so we are back to work. We have the supercharger off. What we're working on right now is actually fitting up the
Reservoir for the heat exchanger, and it came with this factory bracket, and we have determined that once you pop the cover off of this strut over here, it sits right on the strut bolts.
Look at that. Right now we're trying to figure out where to put everything. So yeah, if you use this MMX kit with that bracket,
It's gonna sit right in there just like that. Obviously a little further down once we put all the nuts on, but
so yeah, that is where your supercharger coolant tank will go. Just right there. Do you want to install that right now? Should we-
Yeah, let's
okay.
get it.
So yeah, we're just gonna take these bolts off real quick, work on getting this mounted up.
they get like that sometimes when they're brand new.
This is a nice fit. This thing's gonna be nice and secure.
Absolutely, it's not going anywhere.
And it looks factory. That's what's cool.
Oh yeah, bud.
Cool. So what's next? Do you kind of want to talk about your diagram real quick? Kind of.
Yeah. So what I've got here is my rudimentary diagram on how our plumbing's going to have to work here. We've got our supercharger, has 3/4 inch hose barbs on it, and the hot side out of the supercharger goes over this way. And there's a bypass T here and here for the expansion tank that we just put on. But our problem here is that the hose here has to be 3/4 inch to fit on the supercharger and to fit on the pump, but our hose here has to be a 1/2 inch to fit on the bottle. So we got to get a funny T here and there. Then it'll go down to the pump. The pump will push it through the heat exchangers, and from the heat exchanger it'll go back cold to the supercharger. Kit for the heat exchanger also came with 1/2 inch hose barbs when our pump and our supercharger both gets 3/4 inch hose.
Yeah. Man, this is crazy. This is why we could not be doing this without Tyler and Rob, because when Tyler was kind of explaining this to me, it's honestly like a completely different language. So if you have any questions about this, drop them in the comments, and we'll try to have Rob and Tyler help you out.
A bolt-on kit's hardly ever really bolt-on, you know?
Yep. I guess we could probably fit the supercharger back up, right?
Yeah.
Because
I want to see if we can get that purge line back on. That emissions
this one?
thing.
Oh, okay.
Right now,
before
I
we fit up the supercharger?
I think having the supercharger off gives me a little window back there to see where it goes. So I think I'm going to try that and then set the blower back on.
Why don't we just clip these two real quick. Just want to lift it up.
And we'll take a pit stop right here.
This is a back killer, leaning
Yeah, it
over
is.
like this. Okay, ready?
Yep. How are we looking?
Gotta go up one more.
All right. And then if we can get it to sit on the posts over there, we'll be in good shape. Yep.
There we go.
And there's the
Nice.
back. Ever so gently, work it in there.
Here we go, we're back in business. Look at how massive that throttle body is. That's huge.
It's gonna flow. It's gonna flow great.
Yeah.
It's gonna flow all the air.
Let us know if you guys think we should repaint the lid. Kind of like the black. I did pick up some blue paint over here. So I did pick up some of this stuff, and it's almost a perfect color match to the factory paint. So look at that.
That's nice.
So it's gonna be really close with the wrap, and it's gonna look pretty much paint matched. So let us know what you guys think, if we should leave it black or if we should paint the lid blue.
Afternoon. How's it going?
We flipped the lid. And we've got a green belt, and I drew a picture for the plumbing.
Got the little coolant
Got the
tank.
bottle mounted.
Yep.
Got that purge line back in. So what we've got here, this is a piece of the emissions system from the factory intake. This is the purge control solenoid. It takes the fuel vapors from the gas tank that come up through this line that I was having such a time to get back on. And the computer tells us to open or close to put the fuel vapors back through the intake. The car that this came off of was not running that because it was a purpose-built race car. He wasn't worried about any type of emissions. But we're gonna try and put it back on there just in case.
I'm wondering if we gotta go underneath this.
Looks like it. So what we can do then is cut this hard line, patch a rubber line in, and mount it right here with the stock bracket maybe.
Wherever that'll reach.
Because I'm pretty sure Bernie said there was something that looked like this that he had to extend, so.
Something like that. And then the electrical connector for it's here somewhere. Yeah. This is for our map sensor. This one's before the boost, and this one's after the boost, so we probably want it on the after the boost sensor. Our boost controller should have one of these on there too, shouldn't it?
So the boost controller goes right here to this little plug. You can
And I think
see
that needs to be over here.
We also gotta route this into the car. So.
blue tape.
We'll get to it.
And then this right here is the map sensor harness.
Yeah, that's our map sensor adapter harness. We went from a 3-wire to a 4-wire, so whatever this wire is, we gotta add it. I think it needs either power or 5-volt reference.
We're not pulling that one out. That one's gonna be really long and really hard to get back. So the easier one is the harness one.
We'll just poke a hole in it
Yep.
so that we can keep the grommet where it is.
Yep, and it's a normal old grommet.
He sent me a Discord yesterday, told me, yeah, let's start on the stuff that might take a while, because we're gonna need to send Brandon to the store at some point to pick us up some materials. Oh, that's a perfect example of the type of tees we need. I mean, these are built into these hoses, but see how this is big and that's small? Maybe if I move this over.
Oh
the other
yeah,
way.
I see.
Yeah, same idea. We need some that are 3/4, 3/4, and half.
Okay.
Two of them.
All right, so I think right now we're gonna get the next worst task over with. So
We got to take this kit.
And put that on.
We're gonna put this on the front of the harmonic balancer, and it's a guide to drill 2 perfect holes to put these pins into to make sure the balancer doesn't spin on the crank, because these don't have a keyway.
So if you didn't do this with these pins, what could potentially happen?
The balancer would spin on the crank, and that would cause a lot of heat and friction there, in addition to not making boost like you should.
Yeah.
We'll work on that right now, kind of get that over with, and let you know how that goes.
I'm taking this fan out so that we can get to a little more things up here. And then this should lean back.
Pull it up.
Pull right out the top. What's this? That's a special tool for later. We got to do the dance a little bit here.
The heater hose on this side.
Ah, good looks.
Or the thermostat.
Nah, that's gonna get stuck right there.
So ideally, if we move the radiator fans, that'll give us enough room to move the radiator, condenser, and transmission cooler, I believe, up enough that we can get to the harmonic balancer, which lives right about here.
Okay, so we can just drill through and do all that straight from here?
That's the idea. Otherwise, we'll be taking a lot of things apart if that doesn't give us enough room.
Give me a little rev when you park.
Do the roar!
And it's
You got it?
There it is.
Go.
It's a boy.
It's a boy.
We can leave these hooked up because the AC lines are on here too. So
Well,
can't
don't
really-
we have a cooler thermostat anyway? Was that for this?
180 degree thermostat? Yeah,
for
we do
this,
have
for
that.
this.
Oh yeah, so we needed to do that anyway.
Yep. Need to drain it anyway.
Yep, so if you'll get us a drain pan, we can do that, and then this will go or well, it might go
I think it'll actually come this way and then lay up.
Or I've got a set of needle nose in my toolkit. He's gone, ain't he? Yeah. And we'll take this lid off so that it's not airlocked. Okay. Let the air in and let the coolant out. Let it go.
Let it be free. Let it go. Let it go. This time we won't spill it everywhere.
Hold on, it's got a lock on it. Let me close my pliers a little bit. Whoa.
Bonk.
And now we have a ticking time bomb.
Yep, that can go off at any minute.
What do you mean?
Because of the lock freaking hose clamps.
These hose clamps lock open, but sometimes they just
This one's
spring
really good,
shut.
though. Look at that. Look at that knob.
Look at that knob.
Why are you cracking that?
Beautiful.
Quick swap.
The spring just went inside the freaking housing. You can't. Yeah. Spit it out.
Let it go, Louie.
Let it go, Louie.
Go ahead and swap that thermostat right fast.
Still got one little hose on it.
That's so we don't lose it.
That's where the little thermostat's at.
Yes.
And you just pry it out.
Whoop. And we just leave it a little open so that we don't make a big mess. Let it out a little bit at a time.
So what's the difference between a 180 degree thermostat and factory one?
Make sure the wiggle valve's at the top. The 180 opens at a lower temperature than the factory thermostat. And what that does is obviously keeps the engine a little bit cooler. But with a cooler operating temperature, you can add more fuel. A cold engine takes more fuel than a hot engine to run the same. That's why if you overheat, you tend to run a little bit lean. That's why I don't ever grab this too hard. Okay, and now we swap to the 10 mil, remove these two bolts, and take these brackets out of the way so that we can move this around. I think we're gonna end up drilling out these spot welds and removing these 8 bolts so that we can remove the crash bar and let this swing over to give us the clearance we need to drill that down.
All right, so
Heading out to pick up some parts.
yeah, drill bits, heat shrink butt connectors, clamps, special tees to reduce the hose, barb fittings, 20 feet of 3/4 hose, and the mic is just doing what it wants. The truck said, I'm gonna go this way, but anyways. So we got a barb for the heat exchanger, 3/4, 20 feet of 3/4 hose, 4 feet of 1/2-inch hose, metal to make the brackets for the heat exchange, hose clamp and bracket for the pump because it did not come with anything to mount said pump, and just some liquid tape to just make everything look real clean. clean everything up.
With these kinds of projects, especially something like this, there's always going to be little odds and ends. So we'll try to document everything that we have to pick up. You know, that's a big part of this battle, is just finding everything that you need to make it work. So yeah, we'll go to the store, pick some of the stuff up. As soon as we get back, let you know how much I spent on all of it. And yeah, to kind of show you everything that we picked up. And then we'll get back to work. But how far along do you guys think we are on the process?
We're like a little over halfway.
You know, man, I'm looking at that parts bench and we're running out of parts.
Yeah.
That's good.
We're almost there.
Running out of parts is always a good thing.
The plumbing's right here. We could go for tees. Look at this fancy.
Yeah,
Wow.
let's check out the plumbing.
Yeah. 2 of them. 3/4 by 3/4 by half.
Yep.
Just
Damn.
like that. They are $5.99 each.
Okay.
You can't tell if those threads line up. They look like they might. Threads match up. It's 3/4 barb. So we need 2 of these.
What did we need? I'm looking up for us.
Drill bits.
Drill bits. It's got a lot on it.
Oh my gosh.
For what we're doing, these will probably be all right.
I mean, we just need to drill 4 holes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll try it.
And then we need bolts and lock nuts to hold our bracketry together.
Yes. We'll try it.
How much is this? Are we spending $1 million?
This is
20
This
bucks?
is $10. This is 10. I got it from over here, I think. Oh, if we get carriage bolts, we can put it in the ovals.
So you got the bolts.
Yes.
So these are the bolts for the bracket we're gonna make for the heat exchanger. What size are these?
they are M8 125. Use the nuts when you leave. Okay. Well. And now what's left? Honestly, hose.
Yeah, I think you've got the...
Quick
I
math.
guess, yeah, we can use the bigger one because we can cut it down. Good enough.
Okay, so we just got back from Ace Hardware and Advanced Auto Parts. So we'll show you everything we got. Total came out to $122, basically $123 from Ace, and then $94. So basically about $230-ish for the rest of this little miscellaneous hardware.
We got the drill bits to drill into the spot welds on the front core support so we can pull the bumper support off and be able to get in there so we can drill and insert the little piece for the crank. We've got all these little bolts, these little guys. M8 by 125, there's the part number, and then for the nuts and the bolt.
And these are for the bracket that we're gonna be making for the heat exchanger?
Yep.
Okay, so that's what all these bolts are for. Some liquid tape.
Yep, just to make things pretty.
Yep, some heat shrinks.
The correct barb fittings and stuff that we needed, the T's as well.
So we got what, 3/4 by half, 2 of each of those. And then besides that, really just the piping. So what was the size for these?
The size for the hoses were half by 50 heat hose, and we've got 4 feet of that, and 3/4 by 50 heat hose, which is this, and we've got what, 15 feet-ish?
More or less.
And so these are for,
These are for the heat exchange and the plumbing for the supercharger.
Yep, that's all.
Just literally, yeah, everything for the supercharger.
yeah, and then just the little clamps for those.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we should honestly, hopefully, be set with everything. But yeah, this is the kind of hardware that you're gonna have to go source. Even if you go buy those kits from like MMX, you're still gonna have to source, you know, a few of these other connectors and stuff like that. All right, so now we're just double checking that all of the hose we got actually works.
So we've got our half-inch. Our half-inch hose will fit there, just like I wanted it to. And this 3/4 is going to be the right size for the supercharger and everything else up here too. So
Sweet.
we're ready to rock and roll on that. Up next is we take this and we pin the crank.
Okay.
Because that's the hardest part.
That's the hard part.
Hardest.
Okay, we're back. This is what, day 3?
Something. 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5. But right now what we're doing is we are replacing this harmonic balancer. We got a brand new one over here. We're gonna be replacing that, and then we're going to be pinning the crank.
Yeah, we're gonna use the 2-pin style. This is the guide here. You flip this around, it locks into that hole like so. And if you look down in those holes, you'll see how it, you know, it's like
extra.
Yeah. It's on the metal on one side and on the hole on the other. It's right down the center of it. What that does is it allows us to drill these holes out and slide said pin in, and it locks the crank whenever we tighten it down and everything.
We'll remove that old one, fit the new one up. All right,
Should be fun. Should be fun.
let's get to it. Okay, so we're taking out the fuel pump right now.
So with the new fuel pump, we've got to get this sending unit out. And the way you do that is you take this lock ring off. You got to twist it lefty-loosey, but there's no real spot to get a wrench or anything on here. They make a special tool for it, but they don't work half the time. So the tried and true method is to take a hammer and a punch and knock this ring around. And it takes a lot of trying.
That is all.
A lot of trying.
It's a new car, so it shouldn't be too bad. There it is.
Off is the easy part. Oh, getting it back on is the hard part. That's when I cut my finger, was trying to get it back on.
I don't have pretty good luck with fuel pumps.
Fuel pumps. Sir, this is SpaghettiOs.
I love the smell of gas.
So this also has to come off of here.
Push that.
This goes to the other side of the fuel tank. So this has to get pushed out of the way, and we'll have to go fishing for it later. This unplugs too. This also goes to the other side. This little 2-pin connector with the blue wire and the black wire. I can't get my finger in there. Robert, can you grab that yellow pocket screwdriver? We'll also have to go fishing for that later. Carefully. I hope. I don't have much of an option here.
Yeah, just take her out, buddy. Here, let me get.
So I've got to finagle it so as to not damage the float arm for the fuel gauge. And it is going to make a little bit of a mess right here. There's that.
All right. Excuse me, Brandon.
Some of these have a drain on the bottom. I don't think
Yeah,
this
I don't
one
think
does.
this one does though, because it would have been draining while you were pulling.
Here, want me to close the door?
Gonna stick right to the book.
Man, drop some W's in the chat for Rob and Tyler. It is literally probably about 100 degrees. We got Tyler in this hot car,
Sweating.
working with this fuel pump. It's strong in there.
That is your gas tank. That's your gas in there. Looks good. Smells like gas. Now we do some work on the bench to get the pump switched out.
Okay. If you can crawl out of there. These things are pretty crazy looking.
A lot of new cars have this setup now.
What's the older setup like?
Pretty much just literally a pump on some freaking metal tubes.
Yep.
And it just drops into your fuel tank.
Gently. I'm trying to get these hoses off of it so I can really see what actually holds it in there, because usually when you replace one of these, the standard aftermarket replacement is a whole unit, but since we're going with a performance application, they sent just the actual pump, not the strainer.
All right, so we're back. It is what, probably day 5. Working on getting this thing buttoned up. Still have a little bit more to do, so we'll just kind of quickly run down the things we have left. So here's a look at where we left off. Last thing we did was drilled through the harmonic balancer, so you can see that right in there. got those pins in. So now what we're gonna do is kind of just reinstall all of the stuff. We actually have a new AC condenser that we're gonna be installing as well. So we're gonna be recharging the AC, getting that new one in there.
Next we'll be plumbing up the heat exchange, the oil cooler, and working with some of the vacuum lines, and it should be pretty straightforward from here. The only kind of thing we'll have to do really is just make the bracketry for the
heat exchanger.
Heat exchange, yes.
Yeah, so that's why we'll reinstall this, put the crash bar back on.
Yep, and then what we're gonna do is mount it to the ear of the crash bar that comes off right here, and we're gonna tuck it up in here. We're gonna wire up the fan.
Let us know what you all thinking of the progress so far, because yeah, this thing's gonna be insane when it's done, but it's a big job. All right, y'all, so this is pretty much going to wrap it up for today's video. Hope you all have enjoyed it so far. Once again, stay tuned, because in our next video, you're gonna see the full install with all of the plumbing, all of the wiring, and all of that. So we wanted to break this up, once again, into 2 different videos, just so that way we could be super detailed and not have the video be super long. So stay tuned early next week for our next video. Hit that subscribe button, drop a like, drop some comments, let us know what y'all are thinking of this build, because in my opinion, it is probably one of the coolest builds out there. You know, it's not gonna be the fastest, not gonna be the most expensive, but it is definitely up there with being one of the most unique builds.
And it could be yours.
And it could be. So today is the day that we're going to try to fire up Hellcat all-wheel drive Pursuit for the very first time.
Good noises so far. All right, we might be missing something.
So here's a look at where we left off. Last thing we did, drilled through the harmonic balancer, so you can see that right in there. Got those pins in. So now what we're gonna do is kind of just reinstall all of the stuff. We actually have a new AC condenser that we're gonna be installing as well.
Next we'll be plumbing up the heat exchange, the oil cooler, and working with some of the vacuum lines, and it should be pretty straightforward from here. The only kind of thing we'll have to do really is just make the bracketry for the heat exchanger. Heat exchange, yes.
Yeah, so that's why we'll reinstall this, put the crash bar back on.
Yep, and then what we're gonna do is mount it to the ear of the crash bar that comes off right here, and we're gonna tuck it up in here. We're gonna wire up the fan.
Let's go get this thing finished up. All right, so show you what we're working on right now. Got that new AC condenser fit up, and then they got the belt on there as well. Well, they finished tidying up some stuff over there. I'm actually gonna work on the headliner for the Challenger. So working on that Starlight headliner for this thing.
Looks like a spider web.
I know, it's crazy. It looks
That's a lot of
wild.
work. That's a lot of work.
We're working on trying to fit up this heat exchanger.
Sorry.
It's looking like we're going to mount it a little bit like this. We got these 2 pieces we're going to use to support it because it's going to hang over, and we definitely want to have 4 points to secure it. We're going to have to drill a couple extra holes in our shroud approximately there so that these pieces will hold it up. And then we're going to fix these to the back of this bash bar here, and that should hold it really securely. Well, currently it's just masking tape.
But even with just tape?
Oh, it's just masking tape.
But even with just tape, I mean, it's pretty on there. I've got high hopes for this. Once we get this put there, then the rest is just hooking stuff up other than mounting the coolant pump.
I could take some of my blue caliper paint before we actually screw that in.
Spray these blue?
Let's spray those blue.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking black because they're going to be over the...
Or black, true.
So it'll match a little better.
True. I think black would be better. So working on painting those brackets right out back as you just saw. So what are we up to right now?
Next, we're going to start trying to plumb some of our hoses. So we got to go from the back of the Supercharger, and we'll go through this hole from the factory airbox down to get to all of our plumbing stuff down there, the heat exchanger and the
pump. Yeah, this is for
Just gonna route it.
the cold side. And it looks like we're just gonna go right over this way. Underneath the ABS brake lines, we're gonna go across the front and then down through the hole. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just squeezed it behind right there.
There's that. That's one. That's the easy one. Yeah. More or less than more.
So now we're just getting ready to fit up our adapters right here that we picked up from Ace the other day. Mount them up to the heat exchangers.
Now we're just putting some thread tape on there to make sure it doesn't leak out. Yeah, this is going to be under pressure, so we need a good bit of tape just in case. And we just screw it on in now.
Boom.
There it is.
So we got the fan back in. Yeah, this is really a never-ending list of little projects.
Well, we got everything that the parts store had. We literally grabbed every bit of hose that they had.
So this is the hot side that we're running now. The cold side we ran first. It goes straight out of the cooler into the supercharger to keep your air temps low. This one is the one that removes the hot fluid back out of the supercharger, loops with the expansion tank just to keep the levels right. The pump will bring it straight to the cooler to cool it off to go back through.
Very cool.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost there.
Y'all missed it.
We missed it? What?
Very cool.
Very cool.
Oh, dude,
it was stupid.
So freaking. Yeah, and then we just got to figure out like a couple of the vacuum things. The original intake, the booster goes onto the back, and the evap goes, I think, to the side of the intake on the original one. So what we're having to do is we're going to put the evap pretty much. Assume we're just going to go right here. Is going to be the best spot. This is just right off of the behind the throttle body. But then there's another one down here. And this one down here, I think, is the one we're going to use for the booster because it's a little further back, so it's going to build better vacuum. If there's any little things here and there that we have to do, we can try restricting the line size and other things to help get better vacuum. But I think it's going to work out great. I think it'll just work. Yeah, I think it'll just work. Just because, you know, we're good like that. That's all I'm kidding.
This is going to be one violent 5.7.
Yeah, it's going to be gnarly. It's going to be really aggressive. Now, you can use a razor blade for this. But 10 snips work just as good. There we go. And then we stick that in.
Yep, we stick that in there.
Where did we get the clamp? And from the research we've done, I think we're doing it our way, essentially.
What do you mean by that?
The information is hard to come by.
Yeah.
Like heavily documented swaps like this there's not many. Like there might be two on YouTube that I know of.
But even then, like
they
don't show you really how they did anything.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is what I got. This is what I did.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see, but how'd you make that work, man?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, that's what I've been trying to do this entire time. Let me know down below in the comments if you guys like how this video is made because, you know, there is so much that goes into this. I still try to trim it down so it's not 10 hours long, but, you know, trying to be as detailed as we can to show you pretty much every step along the way.
Like we could just kind of like put a bunch of cuts and edits and make it look like it was super easy and it wasn't that bad. I'm gonna tell you right now, we've had to come up.
It's kind of tough.
Yeah,
we've had to do a lot of brain work.
No problems. Now what he's doing is figuring out where to put all these little T's and everything.
So running that T right there.
Could swap them. So that it doesn't have to bend as aggressive.
Once we get it all together, we'll see. We might just have to bring this closer that way so this gets closer.
Figure it out.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later. For now,
I'll move the screw.
Sticks in there. Oops.
Nice. Oh, here's the bolt for that right there. So this connects up to
This.
You got all this hooked up back here?
We got one more hose to put on it.
We're gonna trim this.
Yeah.
One from the back of the tank connects over.
It's only like 4 or 6.
And then this, where is this?
We gotta trim that too.
I know these.
So there's that piping that attaches
Think
to
it
the
can go all the
valve
way
cover.
Yeah, it's over.
And then it will hook up right there to the intake.
But we also have catch cans.
Yeah, we'll figure out the catch cans.
All right, so now we're working on mounting up that heat exchanger. So just got those brackets painted, so they will hopefully just hide really well back there. Piping going down. So now we're just lining up these brackets.
It's pretty good.
Oh, that's not the song.
I know, yeah, no, that's just what popped in my head.
Real quick, look at that part of the wrap right there. It almost looks purple.
Oh, it does in the sun, dude.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it looks purple.
Like those two doors right there, it literally looks purple.
Yep.
That's what I love about this wrap.
I missed. We'll put like some rubber between here.
Yeah, so it doesn't
rattle.
rattle. Yep.
Yeah, if it does move, it won't make that noise.
Whatever.
That is sturdy though.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is. It's only flexing that little bit just because there's no bolt right there, but that's steel for you. What you do is you put the hot up top,
That's
so
what
it runs
yeah.
down and gets to the cool.
I'm gonna cut it about that long, or what is it, 250 degrees?
I think so, yeah.
Like 60 psi.
Yeah.
That one in particular.
Yeah. What was that? Atlantic Boulevard near the beach, I guess?
Yeah, Atlantic Beach.
Well, that's the goal, sir. That is the goal.
Oh yeah,
Just a
that'd be
hose,
perfect.
cut in half. And then
Slide
we'll
it in.
slide it in here.
You could even quarter it. That way we can get one on top and one on bottom. All right, now let's figure out the pump. It's too big to fit in here.
Why don't we grab the bumper?
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'll go get that.
Okay, let's see if this thing will fit. And then just watch the headlights.
Yep. Watch the headlights.
I'm watching it. I can't see it.
You're good. I'll watch the headlights.
You can see it?
Yeah.
You sure?
That's close though.
I mean,
That's it, fit up right there.
First try, guys.
yeah. If
Let's go.
anything,
Now we're gonna drill some holes.
that bro looks out of it, dude.
Hold on. All right, let me fix my face. All right. Next up, we're gonna drill some more holes in that bumper so that we can mount the coolant pump, and it's gonna have a nice straight shot right across to the heat exchanger.
Yeah.
And being in the front of the bumper too, that pump's gonna get a lot of airflow, so that's gonna increase the cooling capacity and keep the pump cool so it won't burn out. It's gonna go about right here.
Right here. And we're going to put a clamp around it through this gap right here around the bracket and the pump. So it'll hold it straight, and then we'll bolt it down with bolts and lock nuts.
Okay.
Boom.
This part ain't so glamorizing.
No, this is,
This is the part where the drill tries to knock me out.
just keep your head away from it.
First try.
He's got to ease into it. Actually, take a big, this
Drop some W's in the chat for Tyler right now. He's putting his life on the line for the swap.
There it went.
got some kick to it. Got some kick to that thing. There you go. All right. Where's that suck? Break your wrist again?
Almost took his chin out.
Do you want me to do it? I can come do it.
I'm going wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Let me get it.
Yeah, you got
Let me get it.
So if you can kind of see, we got the little bracket going around the pump right there.
The connector, buddy.
Is it stuck? Too low? Too high? What? Oh. Yeah. Pick it up.
Just a little. Wow.
Yep.
Nice work. Literally straight across.
Yeah.
We'll just have to do a little bit of trimming on this right here. Take this corner off.
And then it goes whoop.
Across.
Goes right to there, and then it goes up.
So this is going to have to go along here through this headlight bucket, and we're just going to pull the hose out of that corner where we had it and route
Okay.
it this way instead.
Might work if this doesn't get it right here.
That's not enough. Solid.
Yep. Big dupe.
And we're going to go down, around,
This gets.
try and keep it kind of tight.
And will this just kind of be hitting on that?
We'll go like, oh, that bolt's tight, huh?
There you go.
Yeah. Need that one more hose and one more hose up top, and we got all our plumbing done.
Wow, that's all the plumbing right there?
That's it, man. Is this piece long enough? No.
Snip.
There we go.
That one goes
This
to
is for the
valve.
boost, yep.
Yeah, probably goes underneath this at least. Yep. Yep.
And so this is from the boost controller?
Yes.
So we still have
From
to
the
route
boost
that
controller
to the
bypass
cabin?
valve.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could not be doing this build without all of you watching. So huge shout out to Rob and Tyler, but huge shout out to all of you at home who are watching this video right now.
Yeah.
Thank you all again so much for, watching the videos, liking them, commenting, and for entering the giveaway. Doing the Supercharger install would not have been possible without you guys picking up those Supercharger photos, entering the giveaway. Once again, anyone who did buy those photos, you have a shot at winning this thing. So go pick up some digital photos, pick up some t-shirts, and you've got a real shot at winning this exact HELLCOP.
If it was me, I'd be putting in so many entries. But I'm not allowed to. Dang it. This is going to be a nice car, man.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
So connected that one up to that top Supercharger port.
It's gonna live like that right there.
What else can we do today, guys? We got our plumbing taken care of. We got our bracketry affixed. We got the belt back on, front end put back together. We are waiting on a connector for that to do the wiring. We are waiting on an adapter for the fuel rails to hook the fuel up and see if it...
Look at that.
Wow.
Man.
Here's some of the merch orders going out. Wow.
Way to go, guys.
Way to go. All right, so now we are cutting this off right here.
Trim to fit.
Boom. Much better.
That looks so much better.
Take it over.
So we're setting up all our wiring. This is the relay that came with our boost controller. So we're gonna tie everything into this because it's a strong enough relay that it'll run our pump and our fans, I think. If not, we'll be the ones to test. So basically this is a plug and play kit. It comes with this little fuse tap to get your ignition power out of your fuse box, and then it's got this lead over here that just goes to this positive post. Down in here, it's got a ground on it. We put that to the factory ground lug right here under these hoses.
Yep.
It's in there.
Yeah.
And then we're basically gonna tap in and tee off of the power out of that relay that goes to the boost controller. And we're gonna take it across the front here. We're gonna hook it up to the pump. We're gonna hook it up to the electric fan on the back of the heat exchanger, and that's gonna be our power everywhere. From that, we're just gonna run a ground to a chassis ground somewhere we can find that's easily accessible over here where we don't have to run miles and miles of wire. And I even drew it all out.
So this is for you, XT Vernon. I know you specifically were asking for the wiring for how to wire the coolant pump for the Supercharger.
And if you're not going to tie it into everything else, it's going to be similar. You got your relay here. I didn't put a square around it, but this is your relay. You got your ignition power on the signal side, a ground to complete the circuit, and that's going to close these contacts here. It's going to take your 12 volt power. There's a fuse here that I omitted from the diagram. And then the power from that relay goes on the pump, and it's just going to run the pump the whole time the key is on. It'll keep your temps low. And then the other side of the pump just goes to a chassis ground. Other than that, we're also going to use that power to power our MMX boost controller and the electric fan on the back of our heat exchanger. It's all going to be one circuit. Everything's going to be active when the key's on. We still got to figure out something to cap this off where he's tapped it for a boost gauge.
Right now, you're at a good point where you can add a boost gauge.
Yeah.
Which I probably will do.
You
So
can.
if you want to add a boost gauge,
We can
we'll
just cap it.
Yeah.
Cap it and then come back. Yeah.
Cap it for temporary.
I would definitely recommend getting one because, like,
I want to get a
you
boost
can-
gauge and a wideband.
That way,
Yes.
yes.
So-
So highly recommend, especially if you're adding any kind of power adder, wideband. That way you
Yeah.
know what the motor's doing.
You know your fuel
Or engine,
trims.
actually.
All right, so what we're working on right now is just getting some of the fluids filled. So we're gonna be filling up the Supercharger coolant tank, refilling the coolant over there as well. Boost juice?
Boost juice.
Boost juice right there.
Well, we're gonna leave the lid off for about a day, let it gravity bleed through all this system of lines we've got. That way, whenever we go to start it up on the last final day, which will be the next day we work on it, be a lot easier to bleed out. It'll pretty much be blank.
It's been a big process. It is definitely a little bit more than I had anticipated. I don't know what exactly I was thinking.
And then we did say to her, like, man, this is actually like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, 7
on
out
the
of 10.
difficulty scale. It's not
But
for everyone, but
you can see how much work actually goes into this. Like when you look at all the little things, because the big things I feel like honestly are some of the things that go the fastest.
Yes,
It's
like,
the small things like the plumbing and getting the extra connectors and figuring out all the wiring that really is the bulk of the work on this.
yeah, the routing and all that jazz. Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. It's crazy looking into this engine bay of this 5.7 and seeing this, it's crazy. If you guys have any questions as well, drop them down below in the comments. And I know Tyler and Rob, they're definitely a lot more informed with the stuff than I am, but you know, they can help try to answer some of those questions. You know, some of the other people out there, you know, maybe you could help answer some of those questions. So just trying to make this video essentially a guide from start to finish, what a full Hellcat supercharger swap on a 5.7 looks like.
We've got all our wiring done. We've got our power, our ignition, and our ground all hooked up for the fans, ready for the pump, going to the boost controller. We've got all our injectors plugged in, all our coils plugged in and extended. We've got this map sensor wire connected so that it reads intake air temperature as well. We've got our belt on, we've got our radiator back in. We've got fluid in the supercharger reservoir. We got to fill up the coolant, but it's got to run to bleed anyway. We got to run it to bleed out the AC, charge the AC. We're waiting on that fuel line connector and we can put our fuel line on. We need some hose to extend the back. And other than that, it's about ready to run.
Wow. I did not even realize we got the boost controller in here. Cool. So we're going to finish up the rest of this stuff up, get it ready for you guys. And then, yeah, next day we're going to fire this thing up and see how it goes. All right, so today is the day that we're going to try to fire up Hellcat all-wheel drive Pursuit for the very first time. All right, we are ready. So got the new fuel line in. We also wired up the coolant pump, and you were just working on the boost controller in there?
Yeah, I was hooking up the one wire that's supposed to tap into the pedal. Since we didn't have the adapter harness, I just went ahead and spliced it in. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna turn the ignition on so that the fuel pump can prime, so that the coolant pump can start circulating for the supercharger, and then we'll see what she does.
Oh man, are you ready for this?
I'm so ready,
Oh.
so ready. Good noises so far. I want to make sure that we can see the intake air temperature sensor. Intake air temperature 87 degrees. We're good on that.
All right, here we go. So we are fully set to get this thing started up. All right, fire it up.
I took the key out of the car.
Oh,
Man,
you're killing me.
the suspense. Suspense.
Yeah, it works out good.
All right, we might be missing something.
Let's try it again.
It's turning over fast like it's not getting fuel. Hey, go by the tailpipe and give it a sniff.
Try it. Fuel, lots of fuel.
Lots of fuel.
Yeah.
All right, so if we got fuel, it means we're missing spark. Why are we missing spark, I wonder? Hey, hold on.
We're gonna try to reset the battery.
It might just need a tune to run. I mean, these
really?
are big injectors.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's got so much going on. It might not know what to do.
We've got fuel. We've got air. Crank's good.
Go through the basics. I'm just checking continuity across the fuses. All right.
That sounded like it was trying there for a sec.
Got close. It was gonna go. Here, look at the. Can you pop that boot off?
That's. I'm on the way.
You think throttle body's not opening? Yeah, we might need a tune to at least get this thing to start. I don't know. We'll figure it out for y'all. So that's the fun part, yep.
So what we're doing now is just popping off the air filter to see if we can see if I can operate the throttle body. And if it's not moving or doing anything, it just needs a tune. It's freaking out because of all this aftermarket stuff going on. The car don't know what to do.
So now that we've got this boot off, we see the throttle body twitch on startup. That's pretty normal. Hold it half. Half. Yeah, it's moving. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's just not firing off.
Okay, so we're gonna try real quick just to see if we can get it running is switch over the injectors, put the stock ones back in.
These injectors are 1000cc injectors. That is a whole lot of fuel for this car because at idle and on startup, it shouldn't require, if any more fuel, only a little bit more fuel than just the regular 5.7 to start and idle. Because right now it's too rich.
Yeah, it's just dumping fuel.
That or we're just absolutely not getting spark. Those are the two options.
So we've got the factory 5.7 injectors back in it. We're gonna see if that makes a difference. I'm gonna give it one more go.
Hold on, hold on.
Holding. We're gonna give it a snarf and see if it'll bang.
Yeah.
Ready? Give it a snarf. Ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Open it up.
Oh!
One more again. Run it again.
So it's just cutting off on you?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, hold on. Let's evaluate our situation here. So it doesn't matter which set of injectors we use, it won't run. The exhaust smells like fuel. See what it does. All right. Those few coughs were just the carb cleaner.
But if Bernie said it should be able to idle fine,
It should.
then it's not like this thing needs a tune to get
idle.
there. Yeah.
So we're chasing an issue right now. It's getting too much fuel. At first we had like oversized injectors on it that were pushing more fuel than the computer knew about, but we swapped back to the injectors that came with the car, so that should be balanced out now, but it's not yet. The lambda value, that's a way of measuring the air-fuel ratio through the exhaust at stoichiometric levels, which is the perfect mixture of fuel and air for the chemical reaction to be at its most efficient. You want a lambda value between 0.98 and 1.02, and with the Hellcat injectors in it, we were seeing 2.0, so double what we needed. I do wonder what that is now. Well, it might be a little funny too, since we're hitting it with carb spray. Yeah, that is a thing too. The carb spray, it's a dual-edged sword, because if you're getting no fuel, you can run a car off carb spray as fuel. If you're getting too much fuel, you can spray carb spray in there and it'll clean the fuel off the plugs and let it run even though it's getting too much fuel. So I think we're getting too much fuel still.
It's a high pressure pump.
It's a high flow pump. It says it's between 43 and 68 PSI. Factory on these is like 55 or something.
Fuel pump's really the only thing left that could be the cause of concern.
Yeah.
Let me
Pop
work
those
on
lines loose. See if there's fuel in
the return lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
That right there would solve our answer. We don't even have to crack it open.
No, it wouldn't.
If there's fuel
That's
in
our
it,
vent.
that means it's working.
Because a fuel pump, this is what I was going to mention at the end of this video, because these 2020 and up use a different fuel pump than like the previous models. So it's not just an easy plug and play.
Nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
So, wait, that doesn't mean that.
What do you mean?
That means no fuel's coming from the rail to the return. The fuel pressure regulator's in here.
What
So
about
we're,
this one?
that's the vent, because it's Chungus.
Big boy.
I think that's the return. Hold on, we gotta check some math real quick.
Yeah, we gotta do some.
It's a returnless system.
It's a returnless fuel system, so something in that hanger is supposed to regulate fuel pressure. And we don't have anything regulating fuel pressure. So our aftermarket pump solution either will not work, but it definitely will not work in this current configuration. Otherwise, we'd need to add an external fuel pressure regulator,
Yeah.
which is
Not
more
impossible,
of a pain.
but
A pain.
a pain.
So best bet is going back to stock for now and just seeing if...
Even then, with too much fuel pressure, technically we could tune it out.
plug and
Less
play.
than ideal.
Factory pump.
Yeah, we want it to still be drivable. We're not going for 1,000 horsepower. I don't care what you say. 1,000 horsepower is only fun a little bit at a time.
All right, y'all. So I think this is pretty much where we're going to get for today's video. So we'll kind of go over quickly our next steps. You know, we're going to get this thing running in no time, but doing something like this, especially with the 2020, you know, with the updated fuel pumps, it is just taking a little bit more time to get it all sorted out. But basically, what's the rundown for what just happened?
Well, we're sad.
Yeah.
We wanted it to start and run.
It started and it did run, but off of
Carb spray.
carb spray. So.
Yeah.
We think it's still getting too much fuel because we tried to make something happen with an aftermarket fuel pump. We're gonna try a stock pump in it and see if that'll get it to run. So what I was trying to do is just to set it in the factory strainer, but the stock pumps in these, the little pump unit that sits in the strainer has 2 extra spots for more hoses to attach. So I wanted to see what it would do if we just didn't hook those up. And it was worth a try because we are getting fuel and it is flowing at a faster rate than factory. We just don't want to go through the trouble of installing an aftermarket external fuel pressure regulator. Yeah. Because there's no way to regulate that fuel pressure out of that pump. So we'd rather just put the stock pump back in there because, again, we're not trying to make 1,000 horsepower.
So we're gonna make some awesome power with this thing. We're gonna have that beautiful Hellcat line, but yeah, we'll see how it does with the stock fuel pump. It looks like there are a few aftermarket options. Those are around like $1,200, and those still are no guarantee that that will even work. Right. So what we're gonna do right now is order a new stock one, because the one that we pulled out, the original one, we kind of messed with. So I'm gonna get a new one of those ordered. That will be coming here soon. We'll replace that, throw that back in the car, try to get it started, and then if that works, we'll send it off to the tuner, see if they can work some magic with that, and kind of go from there. And you know, at least we got a tiny glimpse. We got a tiny glimpse of that line. Yeah. So gonna have some awesome stuff come with this, but you know, it is just a little bit of a setback, but nothing too big. So once again, huge shout out to Rob and Tyler over here. These guys are getting And here's a little sneak peek at something else we got coming to the channel. More to come on this very soon. Make sure you guys are staying tuned. And then I am not even going to show or give any sneak peeks of the things I'm most excited for what's coming with the channel. So if you are brand new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And for all of our subscribers out there, make sure you have those post notifications on, because we've got some crazy stuff coming within this next month. So let's go get into today's video. So we got the factory replacement right here. So we're gonna be taking out our makeshift one that we have in there right now, reinstalling the factory one, and then trying it again. You think it'll go?
I think it'll at least perform better. I can't even say it's going to start now because we've already been through so many times of, oh, it's going to start, and it didn't start. But I think it's going to work out better than what we got, because what we got right now is just completely dumping fuel. Yeah. And dumping fuel is not going to work out. There's no way to regulate it.
But I'm sure it'll probably, if it does run, it'll probably run super rough. But we do already have our appointment set up with our tuner.
We've also got the stock injectors back in too. So
oh, true.
It should try and act a little better.
So are we going to switch back over to the 1,000cc injectors, or you think we are going to leave the stock ones?
1,000ccs is just a lot, man. We'll see honestly what the tuner says, if these stock ones can perform well enough.
All right, well, let's get to it. Let's take that fuel pump out, throw the new one in. And if this thing starts after we do all this, then you've got to hit that subscribe button. So if you're watching right now, you've not yet subscribed to the channel, and this thing fires up here in the next few minutes, hit that subscribe button. You know, you're definitely going to stay tuned for the other stuff we've got coming up.
If this thing starts, I mean, it's worth seeing what we do in the future.
Exactly,
you know
exactly.
What I mean?
But yeah, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, you guys, we just got the new fuel pump in, so we got Rob, Tyler, and the other Tyler back there as well. Oh, and we got Jared and Carter coming out. So we got the full gang here. We're ready to get this thing started up. So moment of truth. Dang, the keys are inside.
Oh, man.
You guys ready? So, fingers crossed.
No, this should just work.
Yeah. Should just work?
It should just work.
Okay, Rob, let's do it.
Stop. We
got a bad O-ring seal, injector O-ring.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this.
Or you got a bad injector O-ring right here. Let me look at the other side, check the rest of them.
Which is a good sign, though.
I mean, we're making fuel pressure.
Yeah. We didn't have that before.
How does this side look? No leaks?
More better.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess it's
Rails
stock
there.
rails.
stock rails with aftermarket stuff on the.
There we go.
I think we pinched it a little. Yep.
Just a little bit.
Stock injectors back in because the aftermarket ones were like
Yeah.
double the amount of.
Yep. Stop.
Pretty much.
Stocking.
Triple even.
Indeed.
You can see me on the time lapse when we switched the injectors the first time. I had to go back and forth between these bolts to get it to draw down. That's why, because that O-ring was pinched in there. Okay. Just so that there's not a pool of gasoline there, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Take two. So you think that alone could have been what was keeping it from?
Yeah, because if you've got such a massive fuel leak, you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have proper pressure to
Well,
the rest of the injectors.
The thing is it didn't
It
leak.
still stood a coughed though. So.
It didn't leak when so it didn't build pressure enough. The fuel
Yeah,
pump.
we got further than we did.
Yeah, the
last
fuel
time.
pump didn't do what it was supposed to.
Okay. Yep. We're ready.
Everybody ready?
Try one more. The air turned on. We got AC. No. Whew. I'm getting there.
Oh.
Getting it. Everything look good?
Yeah, so far so good.
Oh, come on.
Okay, let me check the data really quick.
So what are you checking now?
Well, currently I'm just trying to talk to it, and Dodge is funny about that in the first place. All right, so we don't have any new codes. We've got the same throttle position and barometric pressure codes. Ambient pressure, 14 psi. That's pretty standard. We're pretty low, close to sea level. Coolant temp, 87 degrees is about right. Fuel level says 33%. That seems a little low. We had half a tank the other day.
But it was, the hangar was in a different location too.
Well, it still says we have half a tank, so that's fine too. Manifold pressure's at 7.
So why would it start to get a little bit better and better the more you tried it?
Yeah, if it's flooded, working all the gas through, it'll be.
Like, we could go ahead and try and keep starting it. We probably would run.
You guys ready? How are we looking?
Pretty good. It is adding a good amount of fuel.
It's what?
It's adding a lot of fuel.
Needs it too.
Yeah. What do you think?
So cool. Best sound in the world.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
She wasn't happy about it, but she did it.
Crazy.
Wow.
Got some snap to it.
Ew, it's so snappy.
It's running good. I'm happy with it.
So are you just gonna let it run for a little bit, or what do you kind of do from here?
So we need to just verify our stuff on the aftermarket wiring because we disconnected that in our problem solving strategies. So we're gonna hook that back up, make sure that's all working fine, then we'll bleed out the cooling system.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Okay.
Turn it off the cap. Turn it off the cap. Coming up, yeah.
Wow. Way to go.
Well, there we go.
That is beautiful sound.
Now we're gonna try to start it up again.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
prime it first. Holding.
Go ahead.
How does that sound?
Vacuum leak.
Yep.
So that's okay, it doesn't care about that.
No, don't. It's before the sensor. Good management.
It's on?
It's on.
I can hear it. Oh yeah, wow. That's a strong fan.
Yeah, that's my part. They're a tiny little fan too.
Yeah. Wow.
Go back and fix it.
Hey, we could plug in the steering wheel right now.
Yeah. All right.
This is gonna be coming in a future video.
It runs pretty good with no tune though.
What was that?
It runs fairly good with no tune though.
Yeah, it really does.
The data doesn't say so, but
Not happy about it.
yeah, it doesn't like it, but
Great, so what's next?
This is it.
This is it? So now it just goes off the tuner?
Congratulations, you guys have a Hellcat swap cop car and it runs now.
Wow. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you guys. Wow. Just a little bit. Just a little. Wow.
I think it sounds sweet.
Spicy.
All right, so we are back to work on the Charger. We're now just kind of getting the last few things finished up before we go take it to our tuners. So as you just saw, I had this super exciting news that we got this thing running It's sounding amazing. Everything's looking good. Last thing I'm gonna do right now is actually drain and refill the transmission fluid. So when we took apart the AC condenser up there, a little bit of that trans fluid leaked out and it did look a little dark. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get a new filter in there, refill the fluid, just so that way by the time this thing is ripping out there on the streets, you know, I'll have that peace of mind that we've got some fresh trans fluid in there. So that is what I'm gonna work on right now. And I'm actually going to have to take off these carbon side skirts in order to jack the car up. We're gonna have to remove those. So I think what I might end up doing is I'm gonna take these off and leave them off. I will leave them in the car with the winner, so whoever wins this thing, if you wanna decide to install those again, you can absolutely do that. But just for the time being, I think I'm gonna leave them off because I think I still wanna do some stuff with the brakes and a few other things, so we'll probably need to jack the car up at some other points while we still own it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get working on that, and then this thing is gonna be all set and ready to go to the tuner. All right, y'all, so this is pretty much going to wrap it up for today's video, so I hope you enjoyed it. It was a super exciting day for us over here because we've been putting in some hours trying to get this thing Hellcat supercharged, and so it was super rewarding to finally have some of that work pay off and get the thing started. So now that we got the Charger running, next step is gonna be getting it tuned. So our video dropped.
Insane! That is the greatest thing I've ever heard drive by. Yeah, it's right behind him.
All right, y'all, here it is. Probably one of the most highly anticipated video drops we've had yet. So if you are brand new to the channel, behind me, I've got a 2020 Dodge Charger Pursuit. So this is actually a retired Michigan State Police car. It's got the 5.7 liter V8 with all-wheel drive, and in today's video we finish up the Hellcat Supercharger install. So we have gone through a pretty painstaking process to fit a Hellcat blower onto this 5.7. So we have a few videos out of us documenting the entire install, going over all the parts, how much we've spent on everything, and in today's video we get the car tuned, which means we can actually drive it. All right, you guys, today is the day that we are gonna be taking our all-wheel drive Hellcat Supercharged Dodge Pursuit to the tuner to get tuned. As some of you may have seen from our most recent videos, we just completed the full swap right here. So what we're gonna do right now is start this thing again, make sure it's all good to go, load the Charger up, and head on out. But yeah, let's go get to it. I cannot wait to see how this thing's gonna do once it's actually tuned. right, well, the Charger did not fit up the U-Haul. Jared's gonna go return this thing real quick. We just called a tow truck, which I guess, looking back now, it's probably what we should have done the first time. Yeah, so that was a bit of a bummer, but we're gonna get this thing out of here, get a tow truck here, load it up on the tow truck, and then head on over. Oh! That's okay, it's a diffuser back here.
Right off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay though. Dang it.
More clipping. Should have thought of that.
Way to go, Rob. You did that.
I know I did. Ah, dang it. Those wheels are hard. Probably get talking in the same thing. Like
So we are heading on over to stage 6. So the car has been with them for about a week and a half now, and they said the thing is making 11 pounds of boost on the lowest click. So with our boost gauge, on the lowest setting, it is still making 11 pounds of boost. We were shooting ideally for about 5 to 6 pounds of boost to keep this thing reliable, so that's pretty wild. Even on no boost, so when the setting is clicked on no boost, it is still making 6 pounds.
That's one click off of no boost.
Okay.
So
One click
that was
off, no
12
boost.
pounds. We dynoed it there, but I
Okay.
wouldn't let it go with that.
Nice. So did those coil packs help?
Actually it did.
Okay, wow.
It's like 14 to 17 horse right off the rip, just changing those.
Wow.
Yeah, always OEM
Really?
Yes.
The others are in the back seat area.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of OEM on the Ram stuff. There's a lot of parts that you want to stick with OEM.
Okay.
All their aftermarket stuff is a waste of money.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. Thank you. All right, here we go. Hopefully the wind noise is not too bad. We do not currently have AC. We got to get that recharged, so going with the windows down. But very first drive in our Hellcat Supercharged 5.7 Dodge Charger. Gonna be pretty careful with it right now. Oh my gosh. I don't know how well that the whine is gonna pick up in the camera. Wow. Oh my gosh. Looks like so far everything's looking good. I'm so excited, but also so nervous. But we'll see how this thing does. Got the 360 camera set up back there. Running great right now. Feels a million times better than when we got it here, and it was just super choppy, running really rough. And it's crazy to believe one of you is going to be sitting in this exact seat. Sounds insane. It is a whole new car. It is a whole new car. And now I see why people love Hellcat so much. That whine alone. Oh my gosh. So we are on no boost. So we are literally on the boost gauge, clicked at no boost right now. So that is how insane this thing really is. It's making about 6-7 pounds of boost on no boost. So don't mind the mess. We're gonna get all of this cleaned up. We actually are about to do our full interior swap. So we got some brand new seats, doing some stuff with the headliner, a bunch of other things. So make sure you're staying tuned for that video. but I can't believe it. I can't believe we actually have this thing. And I still got to plug in the steering wheel. So this is an illuminated one. Coolant temp, trans temp, oil pressure, everything's looking good. All-wheel drive. Got a pretty sweet little Golf behind us. I see you, buddy. That thing's clean. That thing's clean. That thing's sick. I like your car, bro. I like that. That thing's hella clean. Sounds good. Yeah. You have it tuned or is that factory? It's factory. Wow. Wow.
I just got back from yesterday and it's my first time driving.
Dude, that's sick. All right, so we got the Charger back. This thing is so much fun. So we're also gonna go get you guys some drive-by clips later in this video, so make sure you stay till the very end. But what we're gonna work on right now is reinstalling the front bumper, so that way we can undo all the zip ties with the fender liners. We'll just look a lot better with that front bumper on. So gonna get the front bumper reinstalled. I know this is looking absolutely insane over here. We do have some huge news coming up though. I know it's really tight in the garage right now, but it will not be like this forever, so stay tuned for that. We got some super exciting things coming for the channel, and want to give a quick shout out to Omni Energy. These guys sent us over some energy drinks, and they are honestly the best tasting. So 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine in each one, 135 milligrams of electrolytes. Huge shout out to Omni Energy. Thank you so much for sending these over. These are definitely a necessity for a day like today. You know, you got a lot going on. It's super exciting stuff though. So cheers to you guys. Let's go get this bumper on and let's get this thing finished. All right, take a look. We got the front bumper back on. We actually just took the hood off, just so that way we can really admire this thing. And you know, the whine will be a little bit louder as well, but we're gonna take a little quick trip to the post office. Huge shout out to all of you. Take a look at this. This is from like 2 days worth of orders. So yes, the giveaways are 100% real. Yes, any one of you who's entered in could win this thing. So I just want to give a few quick shout outs. TJ Harrison, Fernando Mendoza, Gurkaran Thind, Stephen Reynolds, Michelle Cisick, Daryl McFadden, Chase Williams, and Eric Henley. Dan Mayer, Ernest Mobley, Johnny Goulery, Gunnar Gentry, Kennedy Muhammad, Ben Black, Michael Gollahue, Alexander Clifford, and Mike Pfeffer. Huge shout out to all of you. Thank you so much for making this possible. Every single one of those names I just read off is entered to win this thing. So we're gonna get these things shipped out. We're gonna go head out to the post office right now with the Charger and the Challenger. We're gonna get some more driving clips. We're gonna get some drive-bys, but it's gonna be insane. We made it. You know, this has been quite a journey, and here it is. Hellcat Supercharged, all-wheel drive 5.7 Dodge Charger. It's insane, but let's go take this thing out. Oh, listen to it. Still have to put on the new diffuser. We have the new one, so we're replacing that. A lot of you bought these financial mistakes, so you'll be seeing those around. Financial mistake. All right, let's go take a look together.
is insane. That is the greatest thing I've ever heard drive by.
Yes, cops.
Been out for about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's right behind him.
Someday when we can afford to pay the ticket, just not now.
He's out doing traffic enforcement. No.
All right, you guys, super exciting day for us here. We pulled off a Hellcat Supercharger install on an all-wheel drive Dodge Charger. So it's been an absolute blast. You know, we have had quite a few ups and downs, but overall it was 100% worth it.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to go through, you know, builds like this without having the downs.
Yeah.
You know, we were in some uncharted territory, but you had the vision, you had the dream, you knew what you wanted, and it's unbelievable to be standing here right in front of it.
That's crazy.
Hearing it, watching it, like, oh, it's better than I thought it would be.
It really is. It's better than I thought it would be in every way. The car looks absolutely insane on the exterior. It's gonna look insane on the interior, but this right here is really what completes it. You know, 450 wheel horsepower on an all-wheel drive car is nuts. And just the fact that it's a total one of one, I think really makes it that much cooler. What is going on, YouTube? Welcome back to the channel. We got a super exciting video for all of you today. And in today's video, we are doing the full interior transformation. So today's video is pretty much going to wrap up the build. We still have a few small things, but by the end of today's video, you're gonna see the car pretty much complete. So it's gonna be a ton of fun. So in today's video, we're going to be redoing the entire interior and then taking you guys out on a drive in this thing. Because we just recently got this thing back from the tuner this week. So we've not even had it too long. We haven't really driven it a whole lot. So we're gonna take you guys out on a drive at the end of this video. So make sure you stay till the very end. Let's get this thing finished up. So we're gonna get this thing installed today. We'll show you all exactly how to do it, show you what it looks like, show you how it works. So if you are brand new to the channel or you are a return viewer, and I see there are quite a few of you out there who do come back and watch our videos again and who have not yet subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It helps support us a ton, and that way you don't miss any content because we've got such cool stuff planned with this. So first thing you want to do is make sure you disconnect the negative battery terminal. You're going to want to disconnect the negative and let it sit for about 20 minutes or so. But yeah, let's go get to work and let's get this thing swapped out. Oh, and something else I totally forgot. We're also going to be adding a new airbag cover. Come take a look at this. I picked up a new airbag cover. So we will be installing this along with that new steering wheel. So picked up an SRT airbag cover. So here is actually a little look at what it'll look like. So here is our factory steering wheel. So let's move this over. Here's a look at the difference. I cannot wait to get this installed. All right, so now let's work on removing this one. I'll show you all exactly how to remove it. Once we get this thing removed, we will start work on fitting up the other one. You know, this one is a little bit more tricky than just your standard steering wheel swap. We do have to wire it up so that way we get the illuminated display and everything. But yeah, it's gonna turn out great. Okay, so now with the battery disconnected, first step is coming right back here. You'll see this little hole. So there's a tab in here that you have to release. So what we'll do is we will stick a screwdriver in here and then push the tab back like that. This will release the airbag cover. So you've got this hole on both sides. This is a little bit tricky. It does take some finessing to actually find that tab. So just take your time, be careful. Oh yeah, let's get this off. Okay, so actually what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a razor blade and I'm gonna cut out a little square around that hole so I can actually get some visibility as to see where the tab is. You know, I've been messing with this for a while. I'm not gonna be keeping this wheel, so I'm not concerned if there is a little cutout right there. Okay, so I'll show you all what you're looking for. So once again, I would not recommend this method if you are still trying to keep the original wheel, but if you're like me and you're swapping it out and you don't really care, this is the best and quickest way to do it. So I cut out an access point right here. Sorry for the quality, but it's this bar right here, that thing right there. So what you'll do is just push that in like that, and that releases the tab. Because I didn't want to spend a lot of time, and I also didn't want to destroy the clock spring, you know, digging around in there. So I figured just cut open the steering wheel so I can see. Super easy to get access to. Then you'll just take your screwdriver, you can disengage it just like that. Okay, so I'll show you all where we're at. So we just got the original steering wheel out. Pretty straightforward process, but actually just removing the steering wheel, it's held on by this bolt right here, which is a HW10. And then as soon as you get it out, you'll just basically move everything over. So after I take the airbag cover off and before I start unplugging everything and moving it over, I just record a little video of how everything fits up. It's pretty straightforward. You know, these wheels are the exact same. So just take some pictures of how this one goes before you take it apart. And then, yeah, it just swaps directly over. So you just use all of the same stuff from the old wheel. So I got the original harness in here. I have this one side fit up. So I have the front and the back. I have not installed this side yet because it does have these wires for the actual display. So I need to figure out where these go first. Up to this point, super straightforward. You know, everything just carries directly over. Oh, and here's a look at the airbag cover. So same thing. So this is super easy as well. It just has all of these little tabs. So you'll just pry those up. You can take the factory cover off and then you can throw your new one on if you're swapping one of these out as well. So yeah, now I'm gonna figure out where exactly these wires go, how to connect them up, because it does come with this harness as well. But yeah, I cannot wait. I think this thing's gonna be so cool. Alright, so I'll show you all what I just ran into. Hopefully this will help a few of you out there as well. I've looked at a few other YouTube videos and I've seen a few people have some issues with these. So this steering wheel I bought does not have what's called a smart box. So this is what the box looks like, and it will connect up to this harness. So this right here, once again, goes to the OBD port. This is just another plug, so you can actually still use your OBD port without having to remove this, which is nice. So that'll fit up like that. You can still get access to that. But then this right here is what is supposed to connect to that smart box. And I guess that's kind of what controls the steering wheel, like the illuminated display and all that. And so this steering wheel did not come with that. So I'm gonna order one online, but I guess for the time being, we'll just hook this thing up, see if we can get power to it, see if it works. But yeah, we'll just kind of have to do a little bit of troubleshooting with this. So hopefully this will help those of you out there, because I know that there are a lot of questions regarding these illuminated wheels. There's not a whole lot of information. So, you know, we'll test it out on this, but if worse comes to worse, we can't get it to work, then we'll probably just end up replacing this one with a normal carbon one with none of the displays. I guess we'll get this thing wired up. Wiring is pretty straightforward. This blue wire right here is for your heated controls. We do not have that, so we are not gonna need to use that. And then we've got a red and a black. So the black wire will get spliced into the black wire right there. So this is that main power plug. And then the red wire gets plugged into this wire all the way over here on this side. So you'll just splice those two wires in, and then that should send power to the steering wheel. Okay, so here we go. So right now I just wrapped them together and then I covered them in some electrical tape. So I'm actually going to turn the car on and see if we get any power to this. You know, I didn't want to jump straight to soldering those because if we can't get this to work, I don't know if I want to leave this here permanently. So we can easily remove it if we need to. But yeah, then if it does work, we'll just take the tape off and solder it. So yeah, let's throw this in the car. We're gonna leave the airbag off for now, but we're gonna throw this in the car, hook up the battery, and see if we can get power to this thing. All right, let's try this out. So let's feed these connectors through real quick. All right, so I'm gonna hook up the battery. All right, so we've got power to the car. Let's turn power on. And now, moment of truth. Let's plug this in. Okay, so we do have power. Well, at least we did there for a second. I'm gonna try turning the car on. Okay, nothing right now. All the controls still work though, so that's good. But yeah, looks like we currently do not have power to the display. Turned on for a second when we first turned the car on, but I think we might end up needing, we might need to get that power box. So let's turn the car off. Let's try turn the power one more time. Yeah, nothing. All right, so here is what we've got going on. Here's a quick look at some of the things we are going to be installing in today's video. So first off, we got these gorgeous suede and leather Scat Pack seats. We got these in our last pursuit, but the middle suede part and the last ones were red. So I actually love how these ones are all black. I think they're gonna look super good against the blue. So we got the full set, front and rear over there. We've also got some diamond stitch floor mats. These I think make a huge difference, because if you look in here, since this is a pursuit, it's got the factory vinyl mats. So these are pretty cool. You know, they are super easy to clean, which is why they're used in these police vehicles, but I don't think they look too great. So the cool thing about these floor mats is they're pretty much full coverage. So you're not even gonna see the vinyl mats at all once we get these things installed. Looks like we're gonna have to probably wrap this. Looks like this trim piece is kind of flaking up a little bit. Other than that though, this is really the only damage right here, so might get a new leather cover for that. So really excited to get that thing installed. And then we've got Starlight headliner, some ambient lighting, some other lights. I think all these things are gonna make a pretty big difference. You know, it's gonna be super clean too. I think all black is definitely gonna be a good vibe for this car. Here is a look at the steering wheel that we just installed. Still have to hook that up, so that might be the first thing I start with. All right, so got my brother Carter here. Carter's gonna be helping me out with this. So I think the first thing that we'll do is I'm going to work on connecting the LED steering wheel so that way we can get this thing illuminated. And then I think we will remove these seats. You know, once we get the seats out of the way, it'll be easier to take out the headliner and start working on that. So let's work on the steering wheel, get the seats out, and then go from there. So we got the interior pretty much entirely disassembled. So we got the headliner out right now. We're going to start working on the Starlight headliner. So for those of you who have not seen any of our previous builds, this is something we've done in all of them. Super cool, little cheap mod that I think really makes a big difference. What we have to do is go up through, take off all of these little trim pieces, remove the foam, and then we're going to mark out 500 little dots, which represents the 500 fiber optics. And then once we have them all marked out, you have to drill them all out and then feed all the cables through and then glue them down. So it's a pretty tedious process, but I think the end result looks insane. All right, and so while Jared and Carter are out back working on the headliner, I'm gonna go ahead and work on a few other things. Coming up front, I just took off this front door light. This is what the factory one looks like. So just your normal little bulb. I did pick up some brand new LEDs. Super clean. So these are probably about 10 times brighter, and it just looks nicer. You know, having that nice pure white LED light that illuminates whenever you open the doors definitely makes the car look a lot newer, makes it feel a lot nicer as well. So this is one of those cheap little mods. You can pick these up for like $10. And they really do go a long way. But once we take this thing out later and it's dark, I'll show you how bright these things are. And they look awesome. You know, when you open up the door, having these super bright white puddle lights really looks good. So I'm gonna get all of these swapped out, and then I'm also going to work on installing the ambient lighting. Got the kit for it right here. It comes with all these different strands, so I'll show you how to hook these up in just a second. But I'm gonna get these installed in here. And then I think I'm also going to work on that center console, and then we can reinstall the headliner, and then from there we will be good to install the new seats. So that'll be a ton of fun. Can't wait to see how those look in here. And then yeah, after the seats, we've got the floor mats, and I feel like I'm missing a few other little things, but making some good progress. You know, this is definitely gonna be a super nice OEM Plus feel. Not gonna be anything too crazy. You know, especially because exterior of this car is pretty wild. That blue is super cool and unique. So I think having the interior just nicely murdered out is gonna be super nice. So let's go get to it. So here we are. So we just recently fit up the headliner back on the inside of the car. What I am gonna do right now though is work on getting the new seats in. This garage is driving me nuts. We got projects for about 3 different cars in here. So we've got absolutely no space to work right now, but luckily very soon we will have a lot more space. So super excited for that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna move a bunch of this stuff out of the way, start putting these seats in, because then we can hook the battery back up and kind of move it around a little bit. So I think what I'm gonna work on right now is cleaning the entire interior, at least just the floor mats, so that way it's all nice and clean when we go to reinstall those brand new seats. So we're gonna get all the trash out, vacuum it, give it a quick little detail, then we'll throw the new seats in. And then after that, I think I will get this thing reinstalled. I'll show you, we got the new armrest cover for this thing. So I just bought a $30 replacement on Amazon, and it looks perfect, looks brand new. So super excited for that. But yeah, let's go ahead and work on getting these seats installed, and then I can do the floor mats and just kind of go from there. Okay, so show you all real quick. Just got these front two driver seats in. Look amazing. But I'll show you back here. I just tried fitting up this one piece to the rear, and I realized that we are missing the side trim right here. Without that, you'll see that huge big blue piece. So what I'm actually going to do real quick is run to a local junkyard, try to see if I can find some of those there, because that is really going to drive me nuts. And then yeah, get back, finish up the rest of the stuff, and get it all hooked up. All right, so just got back from the junkyard, and I would say it was a pretty successful trip. So I got these leather ones right here. So I'm just gonna clean these up a little bit. These will look brand new, no rips or tears. And then I also got this missing piece to the center console that we did not have. So we're not gonna have a big void there anymore. So gonna get all this stuff cleaned up, gonna get the rear things installed, throw this back over on the center console, and then yeah, then we can install the floor mats, get everything else hooked up, and we're pretty much set to go. Super, super happy about that. I was really bummed about these, and they are pretty expensive if you buy them online, and you can't really find these leather ones. So for 30 bucks, I would say that was a really successful trip. You guys, we got the interior totally finished up. So excited and happy with how it turned out. So what we're gonna do right now is take this thing out. We're gonna go to the gas station, give you guys a few clips, and then we'll take it around town and get you guys some POV night drives, which will be super fun. So make sure you stay till the very end, but hope you all like how it turned out. So let me know down in the comments what y'all think. But yeah, let's go take this thing out and let's give you guys a look.
Seen it yet.
What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, that looks awesome.
Okay, here we go. Let's go take a little walk around. Man, just take a minute to admire this thing. This color looks so crazy, especially under this gas station lighting at night. Wow. Still got to put the hood on, so for those of you who didn't catch our most recent video, we actually just got this thing tuned. Just finished that up in our last video. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. So come take a look at the inside. Just a quick little look at the Starlight headliner, some of the ambient lighting. With this lighting, it is a little bit hard to pick up some of this stuff, but once we go take this thing out on a drive later and we're not underneath this lighting, you'll see it a lot more prominently. But yeah, just give you all a quick little walk around. So here we go. Here's a look at it. So got the diamond stitch floor mats. Once again, those made such a big difference. So you no longer see those vinyl mats. Instead, it's the super nice diamond stitch ones. And then we've got the full set of the Scat Pack seats. So got the leather on the inside and on the outside right here with the suede or Alcantara. So looks so good, especially all black. I'm so glad I went with the all black ones. And then here's a look up front. Looks so crazy. It is so clean though, it's so clean. You know, it really stands out, it really has a lot of pop to it, but with the all black seats and the black floor mats, it just looks so classy. And then we switched out this with the brand new cover, looks brand new, so happy with how that turned out. And here we've got the shifter. So this is simply just cosmetic. Let me actually close the door real quick so it stops beeping. So you can kind of see that ambient lighting a little bit better. So we got the ambient lighting going around all 4 of the doors. And we also have this big strip right here that goes around all of this. So looks super, super good. I did leave this, so let me know once again what y'all think I should do. I do want to leave this, I really do. I think it's so cool. The red's also cool, so I do want to leave this in. Let me know if y'all think I should tint this so that way it's all black. Man, it's complete. And then the LED steering wheel. So this works as well. So clean. It is so clean. So now this thing no longer looks like a cop car from the interior, which is exactly what I was going for. So we'll just open up all these doors real quick. There's a little bit better look at those floor mats and the seats. I'm honestly so happy with how it turned out. So happy. It looks crazy from the outside, it sounds crazy, it drives crazy, and so now we've got this awesome, awesome interior to go along with the rest of it. So let me know down below in the comments what y'all think, but I once again honestly couldn't be happier with how it turned out. You know, it does just enough, but it's not too much. There's not too much going on. I think it's perfect. going? My goodness. Oh my gosh. It's perfect. How's it going? What's that? Is it Bill? Yeah, it's a cop car. The thing about this car is it is not unbearable to drive in the slightest. This is 100% a daily driver, so. Whew. My gosh. this thing. One of you is going to be a very lucky person. I can't even tell you. I'm gonna be so sad to see this thing gone, but that's the fun of the channel, you know? We build up these cool cars and then send them home to one of you. All right, y'all, this is pretty much going to wrap it up for today's video. So hope y'all enjoyed it. I hope you like how the interior turned out. I hope you like how the entire car turned out, because we are pretty much entirely set with this build. So we do still have a few other small things coming up, so make sure you're staying tuned. But let me know down below in the comments what y'all think. I couldn't be happier. I'm so happy with how it turned out. And so once again, we're down to the final week of this giveaway. So make sure y'all go enter into that before it is too late. August 1st is your very last day to enter to win this thing. So as soon as that giveaway ends, your shot at owning this thing is gone forever. And one of you out there will take it home. That is the crazy part. I know it may seem like it'll never happen to you. That is something all of our previous winners have said, but one of you out there will take this thing home. So if you go get entered right now, you have a real shot at winning this thing. So go pick up some merch before it is too late. Every $5 you spend earns 1 entry, and every digital photo you buy earns you 1 entry as well.